Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Starting with the name of Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful. Assalamu alaikum and wishing everyone a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am your host, Umar Aftab, representing Department of Computer Sciences, Lahore Gazi University. And with pleasure and pride, I welcome all of our guests, our dignitaries, our speakers, and our fellow students to the 5th National Conference of Computer Sciences and Information Technology happening at Lahore Gazi University. So today is our day 2. So let's just begin our session. So So before starting, I would like to present a very good quote. That is, a scientist is not a person who gives the right answers. He is the one who asks the right questions. So ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start our first session. So I'm really delighted to call our first speaker. He's Dr. Fahim Mushtaq. So Dr. Fahim Mushtaq is working as the head of Department of Artificial Intelligence at the Islamia University of Bhavalpur. He completed his PhD degree from UTHM, Malaysia. Previously, he has been working as an head of department and assistant professor at Department of Information Technology, Khwaja Farid University of Engineering and Information Technology, Rahim Yar Khan. He has made several contributions to the research publication and also had published book chapters with respect to artificial intelligence and information security, and have various publication in very well-reputed journals. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Fahim Mushtaq. Sir, you can start your presentation.
Hello, hold on for a while. I would like to, as the chairman of this session, I would like to welcome in one sentence to all the participants in the second session. Thank you. Welcome, Dr. Fahim.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to congratulate all the organizing team for organizing this conference and invite me as a note speaker. Without any delay, I want to start my presentation. This work is actually, I have to publish this work. Still, my students are also continue for the further enhancement. In this presentation, I also give some future direction if some of the students from those who listen this presentation have interested, then I will definitely help them if in any position if they get worried. So the topic of this presentation is key scheduling algorithm based on coordinate geometry of hypercube. As we know that security is the major aspect to store information and send it across the network from one location to another location with secure manner. Cryptography is an important component to ensure secure communication of data by using the different security services like confidentiality, integrity, or availability. So this work is related to the symmetric encryption algorithm. So our main focus is on the confidentiality factor. Confidentiality is actually to prevent the disclosure of information or data from unauthorized access. To achieve this, encryption algorithms are used. There are different type of encryption algorithm here in the figure show that there are symmetric and asymmetric, but for this work, I have to work on the symmetric algorithm, which allow the encryption and decryption process with the same key. Briefly, I want to discuss the asymmetric algorithm as well, in which we have to use two different keys. One is public and other is the private. Public key often available to the public, while the private key is just available to yourself. Here, cryptography is provide a way to protect sensitive information by transferring it into an unreadable format, which is called encryption. And only the authorized recipient can able to convert into original form, which is called the decryption. It comprises different mathematical processes involved in encryption and decryption process in order to secure from unauthorized access, unauthorized or any attacks. Here, third key factor in any encryption decryption algorithm is the key scheduling algorithm, which is used to generate secret key, and it play an important role in the development of encryption and decryption key. If we have to develop poor key scheduling algorithm, which generate weak key, then obvious weak key for the encryption process, which obviously can easily be attacked by attacker by using the brute force attack. In the other hand, another figure which show that the magic cube structure, normally people play with the puzzle game. Similar here, we have to see that this is the magic cube having 6 different faces. We use these 3-dimensional cube of 4x4 matrix in this research. This is the existing work, or another word we can say that base model on which, based on that, I have to propose a different technique in which the first step involved the high C to generate hypercube, which is the main element in the construction of key scheduling algorithm, encryption algorithm and decryption algorithm. So here briefly we see that these are the major components for any key scheduling algorithm. Here is the proposed work in which I want to share the first step in which the development of the proposed algorithm, which we name as the KISAC algorithm, that is used to generate the rotation of hypercube service, which is the main element of construction of encryption decryption key in the key scheduling algorithm. So the shuffling and mixing of row and column of hypercube provide the resultant matrix that must be invertible. These invertible matrices are actually used in the development of encryption decryption key in the block cipher. So the contribution of this research is on the key scheduling algorithm, and we have to use the block cipher, and another design block cipher. Accordingly, we have to make the compatibility according to the this block cipher. Here is the encryption and decryption processes below that we previously discussed, that the purpose of the encryption is to convert the message into ciphertext using the encryption key, and the decryption algorithm is the reversible process of encryption, which convert the ciphertext into the message using the same key. Here is the research processes of key scheduling algorithm, and that contain 8 different processes. First process is generation of key matrix, then column and row generation, then initialization phase of column rotation. In next slide, we briefly discuss on each process that used in the construction of key scheduling algorithm. Fourth point is the initialization phase of row rotation and shift column transformation, then row column shift row transformation. These are the rotation that process that taken from the Taufish algorithm and the AES algorithm. Next is the modulo operation on the hypercube, and finally we have to see the triangular key matrices. Firstly, we have to see that the design of hypercube surface, as we see that in the figure, the face of any hypercube is converted into 6 faces, and each face is divided into 4 quarters. In this figure, we have to see only one face of this hypercube and divide this hypercube into 4 quarters that represented as Q1, Q2 by the intersection of 2 diagonal lines passing through the circle. Also, the primary diagonal lies on the x-axis, whereas the secondary diagonal lies on the y-axis. Following the equations that used to extract the information during the rotation of hypercube. Here is the input key matrices that used in the generation of key matrices for our proposed algorithm. Firstly, the input key matrix is taken from the hypercube that are generated through the high-C encryption algorithm. And the TCE technique, triangular coordination extraction technique that we previously slide we discussed, and see that is also demonstrated using this encryption algorithm. By using the TCA technique, each key matrices from high-C key table is used to generate one row in the new cube matrix. Similarly, 4 key matrices are used to generate one face of hybrid cube. Finally, we can say that if 4 matrices are used in the generation of one key matrix, then obviously it's clear that if we develop these 6 different faces, we have required the 24 key matrices in order to design the one hypercube. Here is the column and row selection. The input of any key scheduling algorithm is the password, but here in the column and row selection, the key scheduling algorithm can be represented as N, and M and IV represented as initialization vector, are considered as the predefined string of integer number, and PJ, which is represented as the password that taken from the user. Overall input is the addition of initialization vector and password. That result is modulo with respect to M, which is denoted as CRJ, that we can say that the column and row rotation. Similarly, the process for the initialization phase of column selection, and in that case, the result taken from column and row rotation, which are after the modulo operation, the string contains 8 integer number. The first 4 integer number is used for the column rotation, and the last 4 integer number that is used for the row rotation. And by using these equation, we have to find the initialization phase, because we know that if we mention the numbering in this Rubik cube, maybe the color white represented 1, orange 2, red 3. Similarly, the 6 different phases. But we should know that where to start. Accordingly, all the rows and columns are rotated. Here in this slide, we will see that the shift column operation is the transposition of column vector that cyclically shift the column of each face over different column offset of the hypercube. Here, one important thing you need to know that you see the center figure and the right figure, we show that if we rotate the first and last column, then it affects on the left face, if you see the orange face, and the right face, which is the red face. If we rotate any column, first or 4, it affect on left and right face of the hypercube. If similarly, if you see that if we move on second and third column, it will not affect on the other faces. It just shuffle the value of one face to the another face. So here the equation mentioned in order to check the shift column transformation. So here the shift row transformation operation, which is also similarly, if we see the first and last row of the cube, which affect on the top and bottom row of the cube, if we see the center, second or third row, it will not affect. And with this definition, we achieve this process. Next is the modulo operation. Modulo operation is needed because after the modulo operation, after we have get the value from in shift row operation, in modulo we have need to shuffle the value. How? First, we just take the modulo operation on the previous result, and we see that there is a lot of similarity in each column. and based on these value, we have selected the value from that phase and replace here. But before that, in order to repeat the value, we are use this definition 7, and after that we have get the unique values. Once we get the unique value, then for example, if we see that the phase 1 first cell contain the 3 mean that in phase 1 in shift column, whatever the value we have taken in third cell, we have replaced the value into third point. The process can be achieved here, or we have to get the positions value 0 to 15 on each phases. So after that, we have used the key scheduling algorithm that are high C, encryption algorithm that are high C, and use the sub key or session key that taken from our key scheduling algorithm in this key scheduling algorithm. And we see that in the result section, we have got the satisfactory result. We have applied the different tests on this encryption key, and some of the tests are also performed on the cipher key. Here is the first is the we have seen the test, the strength of overall implementation in entropy. We can see that can be evaluated by using the key scheduling algorithm, and we compare with the existing work as well. Similarly, we applied at the entropy test on the cipher text as well. Firstly, we apply on the encryption key, and on the second here we have applied on the cipher text as well. Here is the brute force attack. Brute force attack is only possible if we generate one possible key from the large key space. So as per the recommendation of AES, we should use minimum key size, which is 128. So in our proposed work, the key size is 224. Accordingly, we have compared with the existing algorithm as well, or we get the satisfactory results by using the 6 different phases of hypercube. Here is the correlation. Correlation test has been conducted between the blocks of encryption key and a session key, and generated with the key scheduling algorithm to figure out if any predictable pattern. So if the correlation is near to 0, which means that our algorithm perform better. If here we can see the result as well. We can compare in previous slide is all the session keys. Here we also compare the session key of different key scheduling algorithm with the proposed algorithm. Avalanche effect determine the slight change in input, which affect on the output value. We see that, for example, in first row, we see that we have just made change in place of 0 to 8, all other number is the same, but we find that how much the change we can achieve. Maximum 100% is mean that your algorithm is too secure, but we have got the satisfactory results. Here is the comparison, and also we also performed the NIST test suite that are developed by the National Institute of Standard and Technology, in which we perform the 3 major tests from this test suite. As per the NIST, if any encryption algorithm can achieve these 3 tests, can able to pass all other tests as well. Okay, so in our result, we will see that we have got the satisfactory results, And in above, we see that the random and non-random value, based on the p-value, we have checked how our results value are random. Okay. Here are the comparison of proposed and previous algorithm. So where we see that in some places in frequency test, proposed algorithm perform better, but in the block test, the high C encryption algorithm perform better. While if we check the run test, where we will see that our result, our proposed algorithm outperform as compared to AES and high C. Here is the conclusion what we achieved using this research. Address the problem using 3D hypercube, and we have designed KISAC algorithm is designed for the high C encryption algorithm having large key space that provide more security. And thirdly, it improved the strength of keys and ciphertext, generate minimum correlation and less similarity than the other three algorithms. Also, high performance we can achieve, and it is also, we also perform, as we see that the NST random test suite, and it passed the NST randomness test suite. Here are the future direction, but not limited to these future direction, because there are lot of opportunity to secure our algorithm using these hypercube techniques. And the result, we see that how we get the more better results as compared to all currently or existing algorithm. Okay, here we use 4x4 matrix. The researcher may use 8, 16, or 32 matrix, order matrix. Okay, and next is here we have used only 128-bit key, but it can be upgraded into 256 and 512-bit keys. Here, especially the cryptanalysis is also recommended for this non-binary block cipher in order to ensure the strength and reliability of algorithm. Moreover, we nowadays, the cryptography algorithm do not only provide the confidentiality, it also provides the integrity services. Therefore, the proposed algorithm will be upgraded in future into authenticated encryption. But again, I want to say that not limited to that. Here we use the non-binary block cipher, but by using these magic cube or hypercube or Rubik cube, lot of researchers are work on the image encryption algorithm as well. By using this technique, we can apply this method by using the image encryption algorithm as well. Thank you so much. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for sharing such valuable insights with us, and obviously we're very privileged to have you today with us. Thank you so much. I hope that the listeners have obviously find your talk very, very soon. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin to our next speaker. So I'm very delighted to now invite Dr. Shahid Naseem for his next talk. So let me just give a very brief introduction. So Dr. Shahid Naseem, he actually completed his PhD in computer sciences from National College of Business Administration and Economics, Lahore. Currently, he's an assistant professor in Department of Information Sciences and Division of Sciences and Technology at University of Education, Lahore. His research interests are artificial intelligence, programming, and obviously he have been working in say that building very efficient solution, and he have very bad factor publications as well in very well reputed journals. He has been involved in development and launch of pioneering research and interdisciplinary program for students. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a hand for Dr. Shahid. Over to you. You can start your talk right now.
Thank you for inviting me. Are you listening me?
Yes, sir. You're on.
Okay. First of all, I thanks to invite me as a keynote speaker. Or I appreciate the organizer of this conference. Now I'll start my topic. First, my topic is best image creation from a bust images by using DNN and OpenCVS 3.3. First, I'll discuss what is meaning by bust images. The bust images means the all images that are not clear. And it's very difficult to understand for a human eye. That images are called the bust images. Capturing images under extremely low light condition possesses significant challenges for the standard camera pipeline. It's very difficult for a normal camera to capture these such pictures because due to the noisy and they are darkness at the back end. That's why these images are very difficult to understand for camera and also human eyes. Low light images shows different characteristics due to the lighting conditions of the environment and the noise and or motion blur they contain. So we say also these such pictures are also blur and very difficult for understanding. As we see at the left side of the picture, the image is burst image, and at the right side it's a clear picture or images, because at the left side picture is not clear and it's very difficult to understand the colors and the color combination of such picture. That's why when we use an technique or software to understand such picture, we can get a clear picture as we see on the right side. What are the facts on the burst images are reason for the burst images? The fundamental factors causing the noise are: first one, the variation in the number of photons entering the camera lens, and the sensor based measurement errors occurred when reading the signal. As we can understand, when use a camera that is not a perfect camera for taking such images, due to this camera lens, it's very difficult to take a clear picture. Second one, the noise present in the low light images, as I discussed previous slide, also affect various image characteristics such as fine scale structure and color balance, further degrading the image's quality. If the picture color of any image is not clear or mixed up, it means it's very difficult to understand such pictures. But the problems due of for burst images, I have discussed here 5 problems. First one is the eyes of a person are closing due to the blinking. The second one, the mouth of a person is open due to the yawning. Third one, a person was looking to the left and his face was not facing towards the camera. Fourth one, a person is looking upwards, so his face was not facing towards the camera. Fifth one, the person mouth is open due to some reason. Now we see what are the problem of these 5 cases. First one, it's clearly the observed that none of these persons have their normal a good picture, because there are some issues, there are some problems to display the exactly picture. In each of the pictures taken, there is something wrong with each person, whether it's the eyes or mouth. There are 3 or 4 main points for taking a correct picture or accurate picture. It's due to eyes, due to mouth, there are face, there are jaws, there are some other things, or the alignment of the face, and due to these defects, the picture taken were not good. Here are some techniques that are already using for taking correct image or clear images. First one is widening the aperture of the camera lens, lengthening the exposure time using camera flash, and fourth one, image editing software. But the problem of drawback of these existing techniques, these methods, however, do not solve the problem completely, as each of these acts its own drawback. Opening the aperture is limited by the hardware constraints, and when the camera flash is used, the objects closer to the camera are brightened more than the objects or the scene elements they are far. When we take a picture, if anybody is near to the camera, its picture normally very bright. If an object is far from the camera, its picture not clearly, there are some noise, there are some blur in the such pictures. Second, image captured with the long exposure time might have unwanted image blur due to the camera shake or object movements in the scene. When we take first time picture, it may be clear. When object is moving on both sides, it means its picture is blur. There is no clear picture. Everybody is not enough skilled to use software relating to image editing, and then no one has got so much spare time to do this. Recently, techniques are using are editing the picture, but for not everybody have expertise to use such software for editing and not such time to editing such pictures. Our proposed system will enable the users to get the best images based on the quantifiable features from a set of pictures and with different kinds of effects in quite easy way, saving a huge amount of time, which other third-party editing software required, and also no professional skill set is required, which is being in my proposed technique. There is no such skill are required for editing the software. Our proposed methodology consists of the detecting faces in the images first and then using OpenCV and the DLIP to detect the physical landmarks in an image, and after the physical landmarks part is completed, we will apply some image processing algorithm to extract the best images. As deep learning is a fast-growing domain of machine learning, with OpenCV 3.3, we can utilize pre-trained networks with popular deep learning frameworks for taking a good picture or best image. DNN module stands for Deep Learning Neural Network, which is used for all things related to the deep learning in OpenCVs. This module lets you use pre-trained neural network from popular frameworks like TensorFlow, PyTorch, and use those models directly in OpenCVs. DNN face and eyes detector from OpenCV is highly accurate and easy to use. Real-time algorithm can be used in almost every scenario, such as face pose, position, and physical expressions. By using this technique, first of all, we align the faces images and take the best image. We will first align the face in the images, and after that, we will detect the physical features in each image to check if they are fine or not. Physically, landmarks are used to localize and represent salient regions of the face, such as eye, eyebrows, nose, mouth, and jawline. These are the some components that are using for taking best images in the form of faces. To achieve this, landmark detector must find dozens of points on the faces, such as we can see here. Here are approximately 68 points data sets with the DLIP physical landmarks predictor was trained on. The pre-trained physical landmark detector inside the DLIP library is used to estimate the location of x-axis and y-axis coordinates of a face. In this way, we can take an accurate images from the by using these points. Similarly, in case of eye physical in 5 features, we will first check the eyes of each person in the first image, and if the eyes of particular person are closed in the first image, then we will move on the next image in the sequence until we find the opened eyes, because our basic purpose to consider the x-axis, y-axis of a close open eye, not closed eyes. First, we see, let's draw a line between the center points of the 2 eyes, left eye and right eye. We draw a line. Here we can see, first calculate the coordinates of the center points of the rectangle. This side, left eye and right eye, we first draw a rectangle and find the x-axis and y-axis coordinates. For better visualization, take the look at the following figure. Here we calculate the x-axis and y-axis and the center points. Next, we will join the center points of the rectangle with a straight line. We draw a rectangle on the both sides and draw a center line between the center points of both rectangles. Draw a horizontal line and calculate the angle between these lines. Now we can take center points are angle of this right angle triangle by taking in such way. Here we draw a formula. First we take x-axis, differentiate between the x-axis, and then difference between the y-axis. Then draw an angle by using this formula rectangle delta y oblique delta x. In this way, we can get an accurate picture or a clear picture. It's important to note here that the arctangle function returns angle in the radian unit, because in the previous slide, the angle obtained is in the radian unit, but we can get in the, we need degree. First, we have to multiply the obtained value with 180, then we can get angle in the rectangle form. Now we have extracted our concerned physical region that we will detect if the eyes are opened or closed, and if the eyes are closed, we will replace them with an open eyes of that person from the set of images. If the eyes of a person are closed, we first replace these eyes with the open eyes. Each eye is represented by 6x, y coordinates starting at the left corner of the eye and then working clockwise around the remainder of the region. In this way, we can calculate the closed eye with an open eye. We convert a closed eye with an open eye. There is a relation between the width and the height of these coordinates based on the work by the Scofia and the chess in their 2016 paper, real-time eyes blink detector using physical landmarks. We can then drive an equation that reflects this relation. I expressed ratios. This way, by using this equation, we can calculate EAR from close to open eye. Using this simple equation, we can avoid image processing techniques and simply rely on the ratio of the eyes landmarks distances to determine if the eyes are closed. In this way, if the 6 points we obtain, it means the eye is open. If there is only 2 points, it means the eye of the human is closed. Thank you. There is question, please. If there is any question. Hello, is there any question?
Okay, thank you so much, sir, for sharing such valuable insights. We're very privileged to have you here, and thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very, very short break, and we will be starting our session in a very little while. Kindly be patient. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Starting with the name of Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful. Assalamu alaikum and wishing everyone a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Umar Aftab. I'm representing the Department of Computer Sciences, Lahore Ghazni University. And with pleasure and pride, I really welcome everyone to the 5th National Conference of Computer Sciences and Information Technology happening at Lahore Ghazni University, organized by Department of Software Engineering. So in this session, we're about to start our workshop for the Safe City project. So I would like to call Mr. Tariq Malik. So I would like to give a brief introduction of him first. So Mr. Tariq Malik is professional member of British Computer Society UK and fellow Royal Statistical Society UK. He has more than 20 years of national and international experience as an IT professional and headed development projects for Punjab Information Technology Board from 2007 to 2019 as Chief Technology Officer. He served as an Electronic Government Directorate from 2010 to 2013 as Project Director for different development IT projects of federal government, including automation of PIMS Hospital, Sheikh Zayed Hospital, and Civil Services Academy. Moreover, from 2013 to 2017, he served as a member of Pakistan Bureau of Statistics, where in respect to Ministry of Finance, Government of Pakistan, where he headed IT, GIS, and data dissemination wing, and helped in collecting socioeconomic data for Government of Pakistan in response for issuing GDP, price, incidences, and population census. In September 2017, he went to University of Stirling on Scotland Data Lab funded master program in data sciences. Big data, sorry. And currently, Mr. Tariq is heading technical unit of Punjab Safe City Authority. So, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to invite Mr. Tariq Malik here. So, sir, please welcome. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Can audience see slides as well? Or? Nida, first of all, thank you very much indeed for inviting. Special thanks to Shazia Saqib, who is not in actually, but she insisted a lot to participate in this conference. Now I start with the presentation. Sequence of presentation is I will start with the introduction of Punjab Safe Cities Authority, and then scope of services which are provided by Punjab Safe Cities Authority. And then I will discuss the network infrastructure available at Punjab Safe City Authority. And then the computational power and storage capacity we do have for R&D projects and for our operational purposes. And then I will discuss the operating system and different software we are using. And finally, the application software which we developed in-house, and the research opportunities for academicians and research students. And finally, we do have a brief presentation for 5 minutes on Women Safety app. That is after my presentation. Now, as far as Safe City Authority is concerned, our mission is to improve law enforcement capacity of Punjab Police and to ensure timely response to the emergencies and crime prevention by equipping police with state-of-art technology. So primarily, we are the information technology force behind the Punjab Police. So in other words, you can say that we are enabler, technology enabler, IT enabler of Punjab Police. So we offer different services by using information technology. If you look at our existing infrastructure on left hand side, we do have our Punjab Safe City Authority headquarters, Lahore. And underneath on left hand side, we do have a video wall. Some of you might have seen this video as a massive video wall where we can monitor important events and places. And then on right hand side, we do have another infrastructure we established in Kasur. This infrastructure was established after murder of Zainab. You might have idea about that case. So after that case, Punjab government decided to make Kasur safe as well. And then we established infrastructure in Kasur as well. That is on right hand side. And then underneath, we do have a video wall, although it is not as big as we do have in Lahore. Next, we do have some ongoing project because Punjab Safe City Authority cover entire Punjab. So we do have some other projects in pipeline. If you see the photos, we do have the gray structure which has been completed in different cities like Multan, Rawalpindi, Bahawalpur, DG Khan, Faisalabad, and Gujranwala. So once this building work is complete, then of course we will deploy the IT infrastructure and communication infrastructure at these places as well. Next is the scope of services we offer. The first major service we offer is the 1-5 emergency service. So all of you must have knowledge of 1-5 emergency service. If you have any emergency, the only number you call is the 1-5. So at Punjab Safe City Authority, we do have infrastructure and call center for 1-5 calls. So from wherever you call, whether it is Rawalpindi, Bahawalpur, Faisalabad, or any city of Punjab, the call is landed at Safe City Authority, Lahore. And so far, since establishment of the Punjab Safe City Authority, just in Lahore, we have attended 15.08 million calls just in 4 years' time. So that is, you can imagine the volume of calls, emergency calls, which we are taking. And then apart from these calls, we also receive calls from rest of the other cities as well. And then the response duration, it is 24/7, means that we attend 1-5 call at any time, whether day or night. And then we do have the responding forces in Lahore. We do have 2 responding forces in Lahore. One is the Dolphin. You might have seen dolphins on the street patrolling all the times. So they basically cover the street crimes in Lahore. And currently we do have 3,200 dolphin personnel deployed in Lahore, and they work 24/7 in different shifts. And then another service is PRU. PRU is Police Response Unit. They patrol on Toyota cars. You might have seen PRU vehicle patrolling in different parts of the Lahore. They are fully equipped with state-of-the-art equipment, like they do have the cameras, which is live monitoring situation, and they are transferring data to the control center. Apart from that, they do have LTE devices as well. So there is a mini control and command system with them, and they can get to the data center and headquarters through the technologies. Next is the 1122 services, although it is ambulance service and it is different department, but we have integrated 1122 service with 1-5 through IT infrastructure. So if you have, if you call 1-5 saying that there is an accident, then apart from police, we dispatch ambulance as well, because system of 1-5 and 1122 is integrated, and instantly we dispatch police as well as the ambulance. And then fire brigade, there are 60 staff member of fire brigade in Lahore alone. They also are integrated with our 1.5 system. And next is the IP NV cameras. These are basically IP cameras installed throughout Lahore, and these are 8,000 cameras, and these are deployed throughout Lahore. It means that different parts of Lahore are being monitored 24/7, and live streaming is stored at our data center. And if any crime is committed, then we can get the video footage of that specific event as well. And then we have 400 vehicles camera, mean these are mobile cameras installed on cars, and then cars can take video footage of different area wherever they are patrolling. And then we do have data on handsets. Safir, can you show this handset? We do have our own wireless network, and we do have LTE sets. These are provided to all the emergency services in Lahore. And this system is not only used for communication, but also this system is used for video surveillance as well. So all police people, they do have this kind of LTE sets. It is Android based. We do have different emergency apps in it. And apart from app, it is used for police communication, and police can broadcast video through the camera built into this set as well. Thank you. And then next is the watch list and 30-day recording. Means that for video recording, we keep data for 30 days. So if any crime is committed and we get request from inquiry officer after registration of FIA that this crime was committed, whether it is accident or whatever it is, and they need evidence, then legally we store evidence at least for 30 days time. Once evidence is provided to the court of law or to the police, then it is stored for another 4 years time. Next is the face recognition cameras. Now we do have face recognition camera as well. We do have most wanted persons register, and we store all the most wanted persons data into the database. And different facial recognition camera, they keep on watching every person. If you are passing by any facial recognition camera, that is watching you as well. And if it finds exact match, then it generates an alert to the police, and then police may attend that criminal and they can then arrest them. And then next we do have the vehicle tracking system. Vehicle tracking system means that we store all the information about stolen and reported vehicles, and then our cameras are keep on monitoring those specific number plates against the stolen record. And if any record is found at any traffic signal or at any camera, then camera generates an alert and it is sent to the police, and then police can follow that vehicle. And then we do have access to the NADRA system for verification of criminals. So we are connected to the NADRA as well. So primarily, not only we do have our own databases, but also our databases are connected to other government databases as well. For example, if you get an e-challan ticket, then we do not have record of the owner of the vehicle. So owner of the vehicle record is kept by Excise and Taxation Department of the government. So our database is connected to the Excise Department database, through which they get the owner information, and then against owner information, we dispatch the e-challan. Similarly, for NADRA, sometimes we need to verify a criminal. That's why we have connectivity with NADRA database as well. And then on right hand side, if you look at intelligent traffic management system, we do have 129 signals in Lahore which are fully computerized, meaning that we can control them from our control center. if, for example, Chief Minister is going from upper mall to lower mall, then through our system, we can give green signal to all the signals on Mall Road, giving the go ahead to the Chief Minister protocol team, and they do not need to inform all the traffic warden to manually stop traffic. Rather, we can automatically do it from our headquarters. And similarly, these signal control system, they do have different options. They have artificial intelligence as well. For example, they can automatically detect the traffic volume, and based on the traffic volume, they can give green signal for more time and red signal for less time according to the intelligence. And similarly, we can configure the timing manually as well. And apart from that, we can transfer control to the local traffic warden as well, and they can control traffic locally as well. And next is the public address system. This is very interesting that our cameras, some of our cameras, they do have inbuilt mic and speakers as well. So not only we can listen to the voices around the camera, but also we can speak to the people as well. For UPS installed at different police station buildings and our infrastructure mobile sites. So if any UPS goes down, will get the information automatically. इधर ये देखें, इसमें स्लाइड आगे मूव नहीं कर रही। नहीं, इसमें कर देना, डबल डिस्प्ले कर दें कि सिस्टम पे भी सेम आए तो फिर आसान है उसको मूव करना। ये विंडो पी कर लेना, विंडो पी, विंडो पी। अब इसमें वो डबल कर दें। यहाँ से शेयरिंग की हुई थी अपनी, शेयरिंग स्टॉप। Because we do have LTE handsets. Apart from that, we do have mobile dispatching system that once we log a crime report, then that crime report is automatically transmitted to the field forces through the mobile dispatching system. So the Dolphin or Piru, whoever is attending the crime site, that can get all the crime report on his or her mobile set. And similarly, mobile cameras can be connected through this mobile network. And then we do have drone cameras as well. Then we do have drone cameras as well, and drone cameras are used for big procession. If there is demonstration or procession, then we use drone camera to monitor that area. Next. Slideshow. Now these are different types of the cameras which we are using. If you look at the top, we do have IP network video recording cameras, and then we do have PTZ cameras, and then ANPR cameras. ANPR cameras are those which are automatically number plate recognition cameras. So they have inbuilt OCR software through which they can recognize the number plate and convert it to the text, and then the number plate is transmitted to the database. And next is the drone camera. Again, drone cameras are used for demonstration or to monitor situation on the road while on move, because you can move drone camera from one place to another place. And then we do have 8,000 LTE sets which do have inbuilt functionality of live surveillance. Next is the hardware. We do have more than 400 server machines, and we do have more than 100 racks which basically host these servers, and we do have 12 firewalls. Now firewalls are used for security of the network, and we protect the data which we do have. So that's why we have 12 firewalls on top of this network and IT infrastructure. And then we have 8 core or distribution switches, and then we do have more than 100 switches which we use. And as far as storage is concerned, we do have more than 34 petabytes of storage. Now the question is why we need so much storage. The live streaming takes a lot of storage. So to store a multimedia file, you need, especially throughout Lahore, you need storage in petabytes. Next is the operating system and software which we are using. Of course, Windows Server is the most popular operating system. We are using it. Apart from that, Linux operating system. And then databases, we use Microsoft SQL Server, Oracle Server, and then we use virtualization as well, VM, where Fusion Cloud and Hadoop. Hadoop is used for big databases because the live streaming databases can be easily managed with this Hadoop infrastructure. And then next is the software application which we are using. Number one is the Punjab Traffic Management System. Second is the Media Monitoring Cell. Media Monitoring Cell, that our Media Monitoring Cell keeps an eye on social media, and they keep on tracking different activities which are anti-state or anti-religious activities, and then they get information through Facebook, Twitter, and other social media websites, including websites. So once we get that information, we pass it to the law enforcement agencies, and then they pass this information after further tracking to the PTA. Those websites are blocked and action is taken against those persons involved in it. And then we do have the big data application. Big data is a new field, and in big data application, the first application is the e-challan system. Now in e-challan, human intervention, although it is used only for verification purposes, otherwise all system is automated. So camera basically will check the violation of passing vehicle. If vehicle is violating rule, they will get the violation code and send or push detail of that violation to our database. Now our database will check the ownership information from excise database through an API, and once information is received, we send the e-challan to the user. And then we do have another software application for analytics of videos. In this project, we take video feed as input, and then from input we get different analytics. For example, how many cars are passing from a specific camera in specific time, specific date, and out of which how many were cars, rickshaws, motorcycle. We get classification, and we get categories, classification, color-wise classification, and so on through this project. This is the copy of e-challan. You might have received this e-challan. So far, we have received 435 millions of rupees since 23rd September 2018 through this e-challan. Now, it is not just to earn revenue, rather it does have so many advantages. If you look on right-hand side, the research shows that after introduction of this system, 56% reduction in the red light violation. क्योंकि जब से ये सिस्टम आया 56% जो है वो आपकी रेड सिग्नल वायोलेशन जो है वो खत्म हो गई. उसके बाद जो है वो 35% टाइम सेविंग फॉर रोड यूजर्स. ठीक है, जब आप रोड फॉलो करते हैं ट्रैफिक रूल्स, तो उसके बाद जो है वो आपकी ट्रैफिक का जो टाइम है ऑन रोड वो सेव होता है. और फाइनली 45% रिडक्शन इन फेटल एक्सीडेंट. ये हमें 1122 का डेटा मिला कि जब से ये हमने e-challan शुरू किया है 45% एक्सीडेंट जो हैं जो होते थे आपके रेड सिग्नल जंप करने से, वो आपके खत्म हुए हैं बिकॉज ऑफ दिस सिस्टम. सो इट इज वेरी गुड सिस्टम indeed. People, they are now following rules. Even if you go to a signal at midnight, you will see people stopping at red signal even there is no traffic warden. अच्छा, उसके बाद ये there are different operations performance. First is evidence analysis center. As I discussed earlier, that video audio evidence is provided to law enforcement agencies and courts of law. जैसे कोई क्राइम अभी ये जैसे मीनार पाकिस्तान का इंसिडेंट हुआ है, तो उसमें भी हमारी जो है वो एविडेंस, वो बेसिक जो है आपकी फाउंडेशन इंक्वायरी की वो एविडेंस है कि हमें किसने 15 पे कॉल की, कब कॉल की, फिर हमने पुलिस कब डिस्पैच की, पुलिस फिजिकली गई नहीं गई, तो ये सारी एविडेंस जो है वो हम प्रोवाइड करते हैं। तो इसमें देखें कि 2 साल के अंदर जो है ये 7508 एविडेंसेस जो हैं वो सिर्फ हमने कोर्ट्स के अंदर प्रोड्यूस किए हैं। कोई मर्डर हो गया, कोई एक्सीडेंट हो गया, कोई डकैती हुई है कैमरा के सामने, तो इतनी एविडेंस जो है वो हमने कोर्ट ऑफ लॉ को प्रोड्यूस की है। उसके बाद जो है वो अगर आप देखें इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज और नैब को इंफॉर्मेशन, वो नंबर इसलिए नहीं लिखे कि वो ये कॉन्फिडेंशियल इंफॉर्मेशन है। उसके अलावा मीडिया मॉनिटरिंग सेल जो है वो हेट स्पीच, पहले जैसे मैंने डिस्कस किया, इसमें हम क्रॉलर चलाते हैं और इसमें हमारे आपके जितने भी वेबसाइट्स हैं, सोशल मीडिया, फेसबुक, और वो हम इसके थ्रू जो है वो ट्रैक करते हैं। तो इसके अंदर भी हमने बहुत ज़्यादा इंफॉर्मेशन जो है, अगर आप देखें 5958 लिंक्स वर ब्लॉक्ड, ठीक है। और ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन के इसके अलावा ब्लॉक करने के बाद लॉ एनफोर्समेंट एजेंसी जो है दे अरेस्ट क्रिमिनल्स और गैंग्स एज वेल दे विच आर इन्वॉल्व इन इट। उसके बाद एक और हमारा सिस्टम है लास्ट एंड फाउंड, whether a vehicle is lost or child is lost, that is stored in our lost database. And then we do have a found database, ठीक है। किसी को कोई चाइल्ड मिलता है, कोई चीज मिलती है, कार्ड किसी का, पासपोर्ट, वो हम फाउंड डेटाबेस में डाल देते हैं, इवन कार वट एवर इट इज। और उसके बाद हमारा डेटाबेस मैच करता है, अगर हमें लास्ट और फाउंड में सेम चीज मिल जाए तो फिर पुलिस जो है वो कांटेक्ट करके तो वो इंफॉर्मेशन जो है वो पास कर देती है ओनर को। और इसमें अगर देखें तो 282 चिल्ड्रंस, मिसिंग चिल्ड्रंस वर फाउंड थ्रू आवर सिस्टम। और उसके बाद अगर देखें आपका ये अराउंड 4000 व्हीकल्स वर फाउंड थ्रू आवर लास्ट एंड फाउंड डेटाबेस, ठीक है। तो ये हमारी इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी की एप्लीकेशन है। इसमें वो पुलिस का रोल जो उस तरह का नहीं है ऑपरेशनल रोल के वो पुलिस गाड़ी देख के रोक ले, rather it is information technology, and based on this database we have recovered so many children and cars just in 2 years time. अच्छा, ये 15 का एवरेज रिस्पांस टाइम है डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाइज। अगर आप देखना चाहें तो हमारे पास 36 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स हैं पूरे पंजाब में। तो लाहौर जो है वो हमारा फुली कंप्यूटराइज्ड है, क्योंकि उसमें हम GIS बेस्ड हमारी मैपिंग है, हमें पता है क्राइम कहाँ पे हुआ है, हमारा रिस्पॉन्डर कहाँ पे खड़ा है, फिर उसकी मूवमेंट सारी हम ट्रैक करते हैं। लेकिन जो हमारे बाकी डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स के अंदर है उसमें हमारे पास जो है केस हम रजिस्टर करते हैं इन द डेटाबेस, एंड देन इट इज ट्रांसमिटेड टू द रेलेवेंट डिस्ट्रिक्ट, एंड फ्रॉम दैट डिस्ट्रिक्ट पुलिस इज डिस्पैच्ड मैन्युअली थ्रू द नॉर्मल वायरलेस और लैंडलाइन नंबर, ठीक है। उसमें भी हमारे पास फीडबैक आता है कि क्राइम साइट के ऊपर जो है वो रिस्पॉन्डर ने क्या किया, और वो फिर हमारे डेटाबेस के अंदर जो है वो स्टोर होता है। तो इसमें भी जो है वो हमारे पास रिस्पांस टाइम जो है वो सिस्टम इम्प्लीमेंट होने के बाद जो है वो काफ़ी कम हुआ है। अभी हम KPK गए थे, KPK पुलिस का ऑटोमेट करने के लिए 15 सिस्टम, तो उसमें हम हैरान थे कि कॉल आती थी, एक रजिस्टर रखा हुआ था, 15 से कॉल है, किसने कॉल की है, रजिस्टर पे नोट करते थे, फिर वो रजिस्टर आगे जाता था, फिर वो पुलिस वायरलेस करती थी, और उसके बाद जो है उसमें उनके पास जो है प्रॉपर डेटाबेस नहीं है, कोई रिकॉर्ड नहीं है, कुछ सर्च करना चाहे 5 साल पहले क्या हुआ तो वो रजिस्टर चाहे गुम हो जाए, खत्म हो जाए, खराब हो जाए, कोई उसका रिकॉर्ड नहीं है। तो हमारे पास जब से सेफ सिटी बना है हमारे पास हर 15 की कॉल की रिकॉर्डिंग मौजूद है, और जब भी कोई लॉ एनफोर्समेंट एजेंसी या कोर्ट हमसे मांगती है तो हम ये एविडेंस जो है वो प्रोड्यूस करते हैं, नॉट ओनली ऑडियो एविडेंस बट आल्सो वीडियो एविडेंस एंड ट्रांसक्रिप्ट ऑफ द एविडेंस। अच्छा, उसके बाद आई विल नॉट टेक टू मच टाइम, कुछ और इसमें चीजें मैं आपको बता देता हूँ। ये बेसिकली है व्हीकल डिटेक्टेड बाय ANPR कैमरास जस्ट इन 6 मंथ्स। इसमें आप देखें कि 2 बाइक जो क्राइम में इन्वॉल्व थी वो डिटेक्ट की हमारे कैमरास ने, कैमरा ने अलर्ट जनरेट किया, पुलिस को भेजा, उन्होंने 2 बाइक्स पकड़ी जस्ट इन 6 मंथ टाइम। 68 कार्स जो क्राइम में इन्वॉल्व थी वो पकड़ी हैं, और टोटल 74 व्हीकल्स वर टेकन बाय द पुलिस। उसके बाद क्लोन एंड फेक नंबर प्लेट्स, अच्छा, ये भी हमारा सिस्टम डिटेक्ट करता है कि आपकी गाड़ी की नंबर प्लेट किसी और ने लगा ली अपनी गाड़ी पे, तो जब हम ई चालान जनरेट करते हैं तो उसमें आ जाता है कि ये वाइट कलर की करोला है, जबकि वो हमें जो फोटो में आती है वो ब्लैक कलर की हुंडा होगी, तो हमें पता चल जाएगा कि ये क्लोन नंबर प्लेट है, ये किसी ने जेली नंबर प्लेट लगाई हुई है। तो वी स्टोर दैट इंफॉर्मेशन इन आवर क्लोन डेटाबेस, वो भी पुलिस को पास कर देते हैं, फिर पुलिस जब वो नंबर देखती है तो वो फिर गाड़ी को पकड़ लेते हैं। तो ये क्लोन व्हीकल, फेक नंबर प्लेट व्हीकल, ये डेटा आपके पास है। टोटल 197 vehicles were taken by the police in connection with clone and fake number plates. अच्छा, उसके बाद ये AVLS है हमारा, ये पंजाब पुलिस का जो है एंटी व्हीकल लिफ्टिंग स्क्वाड का डेटाबेस होता है। जब भी गाड़ी चोरी होती है वो आपका AVLS में डेटा चला जाता है। तो ये अगर देखें तो ये टोटल 41 व्हीकल्स वर रिकवर्ड जो क्लोन डेटाबेस में थी, हमारे कैमरा ने डिटेक्ट किया और उन्होंने इन्फॉर्म किया पुलिस को, एंड देन दोस कार्स वर रिकवर्ड। अच्छा, ये हमारी कुछ एप्लीकेशन है, इसमें वुमेन सेफ्टी ऐप है, इसकी 5 मिनट की प्रेजेंटेशन है। आजकल चूंकि ये टॉपिक काफी ज्यादा जो है वो है पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट में, तो हमारी ये वुमेन सेफ्टी ऐप के अंदर काफी फीचर हैं फॉर प्रोटेक्शन ऑफ वुमेन। इसमें हमने एक नई फीचर भी डाली है कि 15 पे जब आप कॉल करते हैं, समटाइम वॉइस क्रैक्स एंड 15 कॉल ऑपरेटर इज अनएबल टू लिसन द कॉल। So what we have done, we have provided the chat service in this app. तो लड़कियां चैट कर देती हैं, तो चैट के ऊपर ही हम पुलिस जो है वो डिस्पैच कर देते हैं। Another advantage of this app is that without asking you where you are, पुलिस कैन बी डिस्पैच्ड, क्योंकि हमारे पास पिन पॉइंट लोकेशन जो है डेटाबेस में आ जाती है जो हमें रिपोर्ट कर रहा है। ठीक है, तो ये निदा आपको देंगी 5 मिनट की प्रेजेंटेशन इस पे वुमेन सेफ्टी ऐप पे। उसके बाद पब्लिक सेफ्टी ऐप है, इसमें भी डिफरेंट फीचर्स हैं। अगर आप इसको डाउनलोड करें तो इसमें आप ई चालान अपने चेक कर सकते हैं और डिफरेंट आपकी इंफॉर्मेशन जो है। उसके बाद फिर जिंदगी ऐप जो हमने बनाई है, ये नारकोटिक्स मिनिस्ट्री और डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ नारकोटिक्स पंजाब, इन्होंने हमें रिक्वेस्ट किया था कि ड्रग एडिक्टेड लोगों की काउंसलिंग के लिए, उनके हेल्प के लिए एक ऐप बना दें। वो हमने बनाई है फेडरल गवर्नमेंट और हमारी प्रोविंशियल मिनिस्ट्री के लिए। तो इसमें बेसिकली जो मुख्तलिफ ट्रेनिंग कोर्सेज उसमें नंबर हैं, उनके रिहेबिलिटेशन सेंटर, उनकी हेल्पलाइन, इस तरह की चीज़ें दी हुई हैं। उसके बाद पहचान ऐप, ये अगरचे इसमें हमने डेटाबेस अपडेट नहीं किया, लेकिन ये बनाई थी प्राइमरीली फॉर सिटीजन्स ऑफ द पंजाब टू चेक क्रिमिनल फ्रॉम द क्रिमिनल रजिस्टर। किसी को आपने ड्राइवर रखना है, माली रखना है, तो आप क्राइम रजिस्टर से चेक कर लें कि इस CNIC के अगेंस्ट इस बंदे के खिलाफ को क्रिमिनल केस रजिस्टर तो नहीं है। ठीक है, सो ये पहचान ऐप जो है ये हमने बलूचिस्तान पुलिस को भी बना के दी है फॉर बलूचिस्तान। उसके बाद रास्ता रेडियो FM 88.6 FM, इसकी एक ऐप है, इसके थ्रू जो हमारे वहाँ पे लोग जो है वो प्रोग्राम कर रहे होते हैं, उनको आप जो है वो कोई सॉन्ग सुनना है, कुछ करना है, उसके लिए आप ये ऐप के थ्रू उन्हें मैसेज कर सकते हैं और वो फिर आपकी रिक्वेस्ट पे आपसे बात भी करते हैं और जवाब भी देते हैं। अच्छा, ये कुछ R&D प्रोजेक्ट हैं जिसमें आपकी शायद इंटरेस्ट हो। अच्छा, बिफोर दैट GIS सिस्टम फॉर पंजाब पुलिस, ये हमने पंजाब पुलिस को अनेबल करने के लिए जो डिसीजन मेकर हैं, DIG ऑपरेशन, SSP डॉल्फिन, और वो देखना चाहते हैं कि उनकी फील्ड फोर्सेस कहाँ पे हैं। वो बताते हैं कि हम साइट पे गए नहीं होते, तो हमने उनको एक डैशबोर्ड दे दिया है GIS बेस्ड। वो वहाँ से लोकेशन चेक कर सकते हैं कि बंदा इस वक्त एग्जैक्टली किस जगह पे है। So not only they can check live location, but also they can track the past information as well. ठीक है, अगर वो कहें कि कल 11 बजे ये बंदा किधर था, तो हम उसको वापस जो है वो डेटाबेस में जाके टाइम सेलेक्ट कर देते हैं, तो उसकी गाड़ी की या मोटरसाइकिल की एग्जैक्ट मूवमेंट विद टाइम स्टैम्प वो आपको GIS मैप के ऊपर आ जाती है कि इतने बजे इसने यहाँ से बाइक चलाई, यहाँ रुक गया, यहाँ खाना खाया, आगे चला गया। तो पुलिस सारा ट्रैक करती है। और जो इंक्वायरीज होती हैं, जब वो कंप्लेंट आती है कि बंदा टाइम पे नहीं पहुंचा, तो हमारा डेटा जो है वो उनको नौकरी से भी सस्पेंड करवाता है और उनके खिलाफ एक्शन भी होता है। लेकिन अगर टेक्नोलॉजी ना हो तो पुलिस कहेगी मैं चला गया था साइट पे, तो आपके पास कोई एविडेंस नहीं है। ठीक है, सो वी आर एनेबलर। अच्छा, ये GIS सिस्टम हमने बनाया हुआ है, ये फिर आपको किसी वक्त आप हमारा सेटअप विजिट करने आए या नेक्स्ट प्रेजेंटेशन होगी तो इसका मैं आपको डिटेल दिखा दूंगा। नेक्स्ट जो है वो हमारे कुछ R&D प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं विच वी आर डूइंग एट PSCA। with and without help of universities. कुछ यूनिवर्सिटीज के साथ हमारे MOUs हैं और उनके साथ जो है वो प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे हैं. इसमें जो है वो वीडियो एनालिटिक्स मीन दैट वी टेक वीडियो फीड, नॉर्मल जो वीडियो कैमरे की फीड होती है, और उससे हम जो है वो डेटा जनरेट करते हैं कि इस कैमरे के आगे से जो है कार्स कितनी गुजरी हैं, मोटरसाइकिल कितनी गुजरी हैं, स्पेसिफिक डेट टाइम दे दें उसको, और उस टाइम इंटरवल के दौरान हम इनकमिंग व्हीकल्स, आउटगोइंग व्हीकल्स वो हम उसमें से निकाल लेते हैं. ट्रैफिक कंजेशन चेक करनी हो कितनी है, पीक आवर्स कौन से हैं, ऑफ पीक आवर्स कौन से हैं, तो वो फिर हम सिस्टम से जो है वो, एक तो हम ये कर रहे हैं R&D प्रोजेक्ट, और दूसरी इसमें कलर क्लासिफिकेशन आ जाती है कि रेड कलर की कारें कितनी गुजरी. ये भी हमें कई दफा होता है क्राइम में, वो कहते हैं कि रेड कलर की कार थी लेकिन उसका नंबर नहीं पता, तो फिर हमने ये एनालिटिक्स से देख लेते हैं कि रेड कलर की कार इस सिग्नल से कितनी गुजरी, और उसके बाद जो है वो हमारे लिए आसान होता है नैरो डाउन करना कोई भी चीज को. उसके बाद फिर क्लासिफिकेशन है कि वो उसकी कैटेगरी क्या थी, मोटरसाइकिल थी, कार थी, रिक्शा, ट्रक. ये हमने तकरीबन 15 कैटेगरीज जो है हमने बनाई हुई है, और 15 कैटेगरीज के अगेंस्ट जो है वो हम ये डेटा लेते हैं. इसमें अभी हमें IG पुलिस ने कहा था कि एक जो ये चिंगची रिक्शा है वो इलीगल है, वो मोटरसाइकिल को कन्वर्ट करते हैं, तो उसका भी हमें क्लासिफिकेशन करके दें कि वो कितने गुजरते हैं किन एरियाज के अंदर, तो उस पर भी हम काम कर रहे हैं. नेक्स्ट जो है वो इसमें है सेंटीमेंट एनालिसिस अगेन इज बिग डेटा प्रोजेक्ट. इसमें हम देखते हैं कि लोग, अभी तक हम जो प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे थे यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ ग्लासगो के साथ मिलके, इसमें ये था कि हमारे जो है अपना YouTube चैनल है, हमारा फेसबुक है, ट्विटर और डिफरेंट हमारे सोशल मीडिया वेबसाइट अपना, उस पर लोग कमेंट्स देते हैं डिफरेंट, कोई भी वीडियो आती है, कोई न्यूज़ आती है, तो वो सारा हमने फीड लेके क्रॉलर चला के हमने सारा फीड लेके उसके ऊपर जो है वो सेंटीमेंट एनालिसिस किया कि पॉजिटिव फीडबैक कितना था लोगों का, नेगेटिव और न्यूट्रल. ठीक है, तो उसमें हमारा तकरीबन कोई 65% जो है वो पॉजिटिव फीडबैक था हमारे. सॉरी, तो ये सेंटीमेंट एनालिसिस जो है. अच्छा, ये एक डैशबोर्ड जो मैं बता रहा था आपको कि आपको जितनी भी स्टेटिस्टिक्स हैं कैमरा से जो ट्रैफिक गुजर रही है, तो इसमें आपको नंबर्स आ रहे हैं, कार्स कितनी हैं और आपके पास. अच्छा, इसमें अभी हम एक और एनवायरनमेंट डिपार्टमेंट के साथ कर रहे हैं प्रोजेक्ट, एनवायरनमेंट प्रोटेक्शन डिपार्टमेंट, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ पंजाब, कि एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स जो है वो हम निकालें और उसको कोरिलेट करें कि ट्रैफिक कंजेशन ज्यादा हो तो एयर क्वालिटी के ऊपर उसका इम्पेक्ट क्या होता है. ठीक है, तो आप भी इस तरह के प्रोजेक्ट अगर करना चाहें तो वी आर ओपन, और हम आपको जो है वो इसमें असिस्ट कर सकते हैं, और आगे कुछ प्रपोजल्स भी हैं जो हम आपके साथ शेयर करेंगे. तो इसमें हमने AQI का भी जो है इसके साथ लिंक किया हुआ है, तो वो ट्रैफिक कंजेशन के साथ जो है वो हमें AQI का वो डिस्प्ले भी मिलना शुरू हो जाएगा. और ये हम फ्यूचर में हम प्लान कर रहे हैं कि ये हम जो है वो LCD स्क्रीन लगा के, तो वहां भी ये लाइव स्टैटिस्टिक्स जो है वो देना शुरू कर रहे हैं. अच्छा, ये कुछ R&D प्रोजेक्ट्स, ये गन शॉट डिटेक्शन ये हमने UET के साथ मिलके किया था. इसमें हमारे वो कैमरास जिनके अंदर जो है वो आपकी साउंड डिटेक्ट होती है, इसमें अगर कोई फायर करता है तो राइट साइड पे आप देखेंगे कि यहाँ पे GIS के ऊपर जो है वो ट्रिगर एक्टिवेट होगा, और यहाँ पे आपको वो शो करेगा, यहाँ अलर्ट आपको नजर आ गया GIS के ऊपर कि इस लोकेशन के ऊपर जो है वो फायर हुआ है. ठीक है, तो ये है गन शॉट डिटेक्शन, उसकी वॉइस डिटेक्ट करके जो है वो सिस्टम में ट्रिगर एक्टिवेट हुआ है. निदा, ये देखें मेरा दूसरा जो है इसमें है वो प्रोजेक्ट है गन डिटेक्शन. गन डिटेक्शन से मुराद है कि उसकी इमेज से, वीडियो से फीड लेके इमेज से देखें कि गन जो है वो सम पर्सन इज कैरिंग गन, तो वो हमें अलर्ट जो है वो मिल जाए वीडियो एनालिटिक्स के थ्रू. ये वापस उसमें, हाँ ये दूसरे नंबर पे. अच्छा, इसमें देखें कि इसमें जो है वो देयर आर डिफरेंट पीपल कैरिंग गन, और ये मॉडल हमारा देखें वो पिक कर रहा है कि ये गन है साथ, उसकी जो है वो एक्यूरेसी आ रही है. तो ये वीडियो में ये डॉक्टर साहब आपको बाद में भी दिखा देंगे, कोई नहीं, लेकिन एक दफा मैं चाह रहा था कि ये आपको लाइव जा रहा हो. ये बेसिकली वीडियो फीड से हम लेते हैं ना, तो इसमें मॉडल की एक्यूरेसी भी आ रही साथ उसके. अच्छा, नेक्स्ट जो है हमारा अच्छा, वापस एस्केप कर गई जब खत्म होती है वीडियो। नहीं, वो उधर आपके आ नहीं रहा, उस पे मल्टीमीडिया पे यहाँ पे लाइव आ रहा है। ठीक है, चलें बाहर, इट मेक सेंस। अच्छा, उसके बाद नेक्स्ट जो है वो चले जाएं ये नंबर 3 पे, वीडियो एनालिटिक्स पे। अच्छा, इसमें देखें ये पासिंग व्हीकल्स जो है उसकी क्लासिफिकेशन कर रहा है कलर वाइज जो है वो, फिर हमारे लाइव जो है वो डैशबोर्ड में भी दिखाता है कि इस वक्त जो है वो कौन सी कार गुजर रही है, कलर क्या है। तो डैशबोर्ड में फिर अगर आप देखना चाहें ब्लू कलर, तो उसमें फिर क्लासिफिकेशन भी जो है वो आपको दे देता है। अच्छा, इसमें एक और प्रोजेक्ट पे भी हम काम कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि जो गाड़ी आपकी चोरी होती है नॉर्मली सबसे पहला काम ये करते हैं क्रिमिनल्स की उसकी नंबर प्लेट उतार देते हैं या फेक नंबर प्लेट लगा देते हैं। तो वो हम प्रोजेक्ट एक सोच रहे थे कि हम जो इमेज पासिंग व्हीकल्स का है वो लेते जाएं, और ओनर अगर हमें आके देता है अपनी गाड़ी की तस्वीर के ये फोटो है, उस पर कुछ स्टिकर लगा होगा, कुछ स्क्रैच मार्क होगा, तो वो उस इमेज को जो है वो हमारे डेटाबेस से मैच करे, हमारे कैमरों को बताए कि ये गाड़ी चोरी हो गई है विदाउट नंबर प्लेट। ठीक है, तो उसमें वो इमेज से मैच करके हमें बता दे कि ये गाड़ी जो है अगर डिफरेंट नंबर प्लेट लगी है लेकिन ये सेम गाड़ी है, तो उसके अगेंस्ट जो है वो हम पुलिस को अलर्ट जनरेट कर दें। अच्छा, ये भी उसी तरह आपका जो मैं बता रहा था आपको एनालिटिक्स हमारी जो ये अब बेसिकली हम लाइव फीड देते हैं, आम कैमरा फीड जो होती है, और उसके अगेंस्ट हमारा मॉडल जो है वो क्लासीफाई भी करता है और फिर वो नंबर प्लेट डिटेक्ट करके उसको जो है वो कन्वर्ट भी करता है। ये भी डेटाबेस हमारा पॉपुलेट करता जा रहा है, उसमें फोटो भी लेके उसकी रख लेता है पासिंग व्हीकल की और उसकी नंबर प्लेट की। इसके बाद लास्ट जो स्लाइड है मेरी वो है R&D प्रोजेक्ट्स, जो हम सोच रहे थे कि अगर आप लोग इंटरेस्टेड हो तो आप इस पे काम कर सकते हैं। एक इसमें ये MOUs की एक स्लाइड है, ये कुछ यूनिवर्सिटीज के MOU जो हमने किए हैं। ये यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ ग्लासगो के साथ एक हमारा MOU है इस पे सेंटीमेंट एनालिसिस पे, और उसके बाद जो है वो यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग एंड टेक्नोलॉजी लाहौर के साथ ऑलरेडी हमारे 2 प्रोजेक्ट चल रहे हैं, और वो इंटरेस्टेड हैं सेंटीमेंट एनालिसिस पे भी डॉक्टर सरमद, वो भी हम अभी रिव्यू कर रहे हैं उनका। उसके बाद लम्स के साथ हमारे प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं जो स्पेशली सोशल एस्पेक्ट्स हैं कि हमारे ई चालान का इम्पैक्ट क्या है एक्सीडेंट्स के ऊपर और इस तरह की चीज़ें, तो वो उनके साथ MOU है। यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ लाहौर के साथ एक हमारा MOU हुआ था, अगरचे फिर कोविड की वजह से हम उसको प्रोसीड नहीं कर सके। और उसके बाद ये कुछ प्रोजेक्ट हैं जो मेरे जहन में थे कि आपसे शेयर कर लूँ, आप में से जो टेक्नीशियन या रिसर्चर काम करना चाहें। तो प्राइमरीली बिग डेटा के प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं। इसमें एक तो इमेज प्रोसेसिंग में है आपका नंबर प्लेट रिकॉग्निशन, अगरचे हम ये कर रहे हैं प्रोजेक्ट, लेकिन इसमें आपका मॉडल जो है उसका एक्यूरेट होना बहुत ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि नंबर प्लेट हमारी पाकिस्तान में जो मेन इशू है, अगर आप यूरोप में चले जाएं, अमेरिका में, वहाँ पे एक स्टैंडर्ड है नंबर प्लेट का, एक ही लाइन के अंदर नंबर प्लेट होती है, अल्फ़ाबेट्स है, नंबर है, कॉम्बिनेशन है, उसके आपको फ्री बने बनाए ओपन सोर्स कोड भी मिल जाते हैं नंबर प्लेट रिकॉग्नाइजर। Main challenge in Pakistan is that we do have more than 100 pattern of number plates. ये अभी एक जर्मन कंपनी ने हमें वो अपनी प्रोडक्ट की प्रेजेंटेशन दी सिक्योरिटी के ऊपर, तो उन्होंने मुझसे यही सवाल पूछा कि हाउ मेनी पैटर्न ऑफ नंबर प्लेट्स आर देयर इन पाकिस्तान। आई सेड 100 एंड ही लॉफ्ट। तो वो कहता है ये बड़ा मुश्किल काम है कि हम 100 के करीब नंबर प्लेट्स के पैटर्न हैं, उनको कैसे एक मॉडल में जो है वो फिटिंग करें। तो ये इस पे अगर कोई काम करना चाहें तो यू आर मोस्ट वेलकम। आवर मेन स्ट्रेंथ इज डेटा। डेटा हमारे पास बहुत ज़्यादा है, ठीक है, इसलिए आप मॉडल ट्रेन करने बिग डेटा के जो भी आप में से प्रोजेक्ट करते होंगे उनको पता होगा कि मेन बिग डेटा के अंदर चाहिए आपको मिलियंस और मल्टी मिलियंस ऑफ रिकॉर्ड्स। ठीक है, मॉडल को ट्रेन करना आपको बहुत ज़्यादा डेटा चाहिए, तो इसलिए वो हमारी मेन स्ट्रेंथ है डेटा। उसके बाद ये क्राउड क्लासिफिकेशन एंड प्रिडिक्टिव एनालिसिस का एक प्रोजेक्ट कि हमारे पास कई दफ़ा होता है लाहौर में कि लोग जो है मुख्तलिफ इलाकों के जमा होकर एक जगह जुलूस जो है वो निकालते हैं। जैसे आपको कादरी साहब के वो अरेस्ट होने पे मुख्तलिफ लोग टोलियों से एक जगह जमा हुए और उन्होंने हमारे कैमरे भी तोड़े और काफ़ी, उसमें हमारे जो मीडिया मॉनिटरिंग सेल थे उन्होंने सबसे ज़्यादा जो वाइटल रोल उनका था, उन्होंने सारा हमें बताया कि ये पॉकेट्स हैं, ये लोग हैं, ये प्लान कर रहे हैं और हमें इंफॉर्मेशन दी पुलिस को और वो सारे आदमी जो है वो टाइमली पुलिस ने पकड़ लिए। तो ये हमारा जो इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी है बिहाइंड द सीन जो नज़र नहीं आती, पुलिस समझते हैं कि पुलिस बड़ी इंटेलिजेंट है, इनफैक्ट द टेक्नोलॉजी इज इंटेलिजेंट और वी आर एनेबलर, तो हम ये फैसिलिटेट करते हैं उनको। तो इसमें जो है वो हम चाहते हैं कि एक तो क्राउड को देख के हमारे कैमरास की फीड लेके उसमें देखें, क्लासिफिकेशन करें। क्लासिफिकेशन है कि जुमे वाले दिन जो है मस्जिदों के बाहर लोग जाते हैं तो ये जुमा प्रेयर क्राउड है, ठीक है। फिर ईदगाह है, फिर आपका जो है नॉर्मल ये बस स्टॉप, स्कूल ऑफ ऑन आवर्स हैं। और अगर कोई आपको जो है वो नॉर्मल पैटर्न मिलता है तो आपका मॉडल बता दे कि ये लोग इस तरफ जा रहे हैं, तो ये लोग मॉब की शक्ल में हो सकता है ये पीआईसी पे अटैक कर दें या कुछ करें, तो वो एक प्रिडिक्टिव एनालिसिस जो है वो इस पे हम चाहते हैं करना। उसके बाद ये गन डिटेक्शन जो है ये अगरचे हमने किया लेकिन इसमें भी गन डिफरेंट टाइप्स की हैं, उसके ऊपर इम्प्रूवमेंट हो सकती है, उस पर काम हो सकता है। और इसमें क्लासिफिकेशन भी कर सकते हैं, पिस्टल है, गन है, क्लैशनकोफ है, क्या चीज़ है। उसके बाद जो है वो स्मार्ट सिटी सेंसर्स एंड आईओटी, इस पे कुछ हम काम शुरू भी किया, हमारे डिफरेंट डिपार्टमेंट्स के साथ कोलैबोरेशन है। आपका जो पंजाब लोकल बॉडीज गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट है उनके साथ हमारी मीटिंग्स हुई हैं। वो चाह रहे हैं लाहौर में जो जितनी भी लाइट्स हैं उनकी उसको सेंसर के थ्रू कंट्रोल करें और अगर कोई फ्यूज हो गई तो अलर्ट जनरेट हो जाए, टाइमिंग उसकी सेट कर दें। तो वो हम उस पर वर्किंग कर रहे हैं अभी। तो अगर कोई आप में से आईओटी पे काम करता हो, इंटरेस्टेड हो, तो इसमें हम जो है वो उनके साथ कोलैबोरेट कर सकते हैं। इस सोशल मीडिया मॉनिटरिंग पे अगर कोई काम करना चाहे उसके लिए भी एवेन्यूज ओपन है। सेंटीमेंट एनालिसिस है, तो ट्रैफिक मैनेजमेंट जो है उस पर कोई काम करना चाहे आपका रिसर्चर, एंड एनवायरनमेंट प्रोटेक्शन। एनवायरनमेंट प्रोटेक्शन में अच्छी चीज़ ये है कि 2 सेंसर हम खुद लगवा रहे हैं, एक चेयरिंग क्रॉस में और एक पार्टी में, और उसको को रिलेट करके ट्रैफिक कंजेशन से हम देख सकते हैं कि वो डेटा कैसे वेरी करता है। लेकिन इसमें हमारी एनवायरनमेंट प्रोटेक्शन डिपार्टमेंट के 3 स्टेशन है लाहौर में, एक मोबाइल स्टेशन है, तो उनसे भी हमारा जो है वो हम उनको कनेक्ट करने लगे हैं अपने सिस्टम के साथ। तो डेटा हमारे पास आना शुरू हो जाए तो उसके ऊपर आप बहुत ज़्यादा जो है वो काम कर सकते हैं। तो एनवायरनमेंट प्रोटेक्शन में अगर किसी की इंटरेस्ट है रिसर्च तो
only for learning purpose, no, it is probably sensors with S, I believe. Smart city, am I right?
जी इसमें
वो सेंसिंग वाला जो सेंसर आप
जी मैं इसमें आपको ये बता दूं कि सेंसर जो है वो इसमें एक तो जैसे मैं लाइट्स के सेंसर बता रहा हूँ वो हमारा लोकल बॉडीज के साथ चल रहा है, तो वो अगर प्रोजेक्ट फाइनल हो जाता है तो वो हमें प्रोजेक्ट मिल जाएगा और उसको हम डिप्लॉय करेंगे। अच्छा, उसमें जो है वो ये भी चीज़ें कुछ मतलब आप कर सकते हैं आईओटी के अंदर कि जैसे डस्टबिन के वो कहते हैं सेंसर लगा दें, तो
लिखा हुआ है इसकी बात करें
जी
probably ये S से है, because ये वाला सेंसर उस तरफ ले जाता है वो जो ब्लॉक करते हैं।
अच्छा वो सॉरी अगर कोई टाइपिंग मिस्टेक है, क्योंकि ये प्रेजेंटेशन आपको पता है कि कई दफ़ा हम बनाते हैं और हमें एक स्पेसिफिक गवर्नमेंट में इंस्ट्रक्शन होती है कि आपने यूके इंग्लिश रखनी है, और वो हम कई दफ़ा जो है ना वो मेरे पास लोग ले आते हैं प्रेजेंटेशन बना के, तो अमेरिकन इंग्लिश होती है वो सही स्पेलिंग पे जो है ना वो उसको चेंज कर देता है। तो आई डू अपोलोजाइज इफ देयर इज एनी टाइपो मिस्टेक। उसके बाद फिर जो है वो आपके, हाँ ये बात आपकी ठीक है, ये वो एस से होना चाहिए सेंसर।
नहीं सर, मैंने आपको करेक्ट नहीं किया, आई जस्ट वांट टू नो दैट सेंसर वो दूसरा भी तो होता है ना ब्लॉक कर देना, if it is that you want to accept, you want to tell us, or it is these sensors।
इसमें जो है ना वो टाइपो मिस्टेक है, ये आईओटी में ब्रैकेट में लिखा हुआ है तो आईओटी इंटरनेट ऑफ थिंग्स
that is absolutely all
जी। इसमें वो लो फ्रीक्वेंसी सेंसर्स जो हैं ब्लूटूथ पे, ZigBee पे, स्टैंडर्ड पे जो भी हैं, इसमें वो एक जस्ट ऑन लाइटर मोड मैंने वो एक अपने कुलीग को टाइप करवा रहा था लेटर के विद रेफरेंस टू सब्जेक्ट इट इज साइटेड अबव, तो वो लिख के ले आए SITED, तो साइटेड की स्पेलिंग जो है, तो वो मैंने लकीली पढ़ ली, बास को भेजा नहीं तो भेज देता, तो उसने मुझे कहना था कि ये आप चांद देख रहे हैं या आप क्या कर रहे हैं। तो अच्छा, नेक्स्ट इसमें एनवायरनमेंट प्रोटेक्शन से रेलेवेंट कोई भी R&D होगी तो यू आर मोस्ट वेलकम, यू कैन कॉन्टेक्ट अस। अच्छा, थैंक यू वेरी मच, दीज आर आवर सोशल मीडिया वेबसाइट। And any question before I leave, then I will pass it to Nida, who will give you 5-minute presentation on Women Safety Act. Any question before I leave?
Thank you so much, sir. Environment protection करेंगे या monitoring करेंगे आप? ट्रैफिक को रोक नहीं सकते
जी, उसमें देखिए एनवायरमेंट प्रोटेक्शन डिपार्टमेंट है हमारा पूरा पंजाब का, ठीक है, तो उनके साथ हम कोलैबोरेट कर रहे हैं। तो प्राइमरीली हमारा काम टेक्नोलॉजी स्पेसिफिक तो ये है कि नंबर्स दे देना, और आगे एनालिटिक्स अगर कोई रिसर्चर करना चाहे, फॉर एग्जांपल आप जो है वो कहते हैं कि हॉस्पिटल के बाहर जो है वो कार्बन बहुत ज़्यादा है या कार्बन मोनोऑक्साइड ज़्यादा है, आप उसको कैसे प्रोटेक्ट कर सकते हैं? गवर्नमेंट पॉलिसी दे सकती है कि रिक्शे बंद कर दें, जैसे माल रोड पे जो है वो 4 स्टॉप रिक्शा चल सकते हैं। इसका मतलब है कि आपने एनवायरनमेंट को प्रोटेक्ट किया या ऐसी मेजर्स ली जिससे आपका एनवायरनमेंट जो है उसको प्रोटेक्ट किया जा सकता है या बेहतर किया जा सकता है। अब यूके में आप रहे हैं, यूके में आपका MOT सर्टिफिकेट होता है कार का, तो वो यही देखते हैं कार्बन एमिशन ज्यादा है तो आपकी गाड़ी की फिटनेस नहीं है, तो दैट इज अ मेजर टेकन टू प्रोटेक्ट एनवायरनमेंट। वो बहुत कुछ वहाँ पे है, लेकिन हम भी कम से कम प्रपोजल की हद तक तो गवर्नमेंट को डेटा दे सकते हैं। पॉलिसी मेकर्स के लिए आसान हो जाता है जब हम ऑब्जेक्टिवली उनको बताते हैं कि ये इस चीज का इस पे ये इम्पैक्ट है, तो देन दे कैन टेक मेजर्स। जी, और कोई सवाल? जी,
थैंक यू सर। आई एम डॉक्टर ताहिर रियाज। मैंने 2-3 स्टोर्स देखे थे सेफ सिटी में, लेकिन मुझे डाटा नहीं मिला, तो मैंने पासा कि उसके साथ ईमेल पे भी कॉरेस्पॉन्डेंस हुई है काफी, लेकिन उन्होंने डाटा नहीं दिया।
अच्छा, वो निदा भी मुस्कुरा रही है। वो डेटा असल में दो इसमें है, 2-3 चीजें। एक तो डेटा है जो हम आपको दे देते हैं एनोनिमाइज करके, ठीक है। फॉर एग्जांपल आप हमें क्या नंबर ऑफ पासिंग व्हीकल्स बता दें, हम आपको दे देंगे, दैट इज ओपन, नो इशू विद दैट। कई दफा लोग हमसे मांगते हैं कि हमें वीडियो फीड दे दें 4 घंटे की, उसमें हमारा इशू ये होता है कि जो प्राइवेसी लॉ है ना हमारा, बल्कि हमें ये प्राइम मिनिस्टर पोर्टल पे एक कंप्लेंट की थी हमें एक ई चालान इफेक्टी ने, कि ये चालान तो मेरा बिल्कुल ठीक हुआ है, लेकिन ये इन्होंने जो मेरे शीशे थे ना उसके इर्द गिर्द उसको ब्लैक कर देना था, इन्होंने वो जो तस्वीर में शीशे लगाए हैं ना उसमें जो नजर आता है वो ये ठीक नहीं है। तो उसमें हमारा मेन कंसर्न ये होता है, चलो हमने तो उसके घर भेजा, फिर भी उसको एतराज है कि ये शीशे आपने ब्लैक क्यों नहीं किया मैं घर फोटो भेजने से पहले। अब वो उसके लिए फिर हमने ये मैकेनिज्म बनाया, जैसे यूईटी के साथ उनको लाइव डेटा चाहिए था वीडियो का, तो उनको हमने ये मैकेनिज्म बनाया कि आप हमारे पास आके बैठ जाएं, हम आपको वीडियो फीड देते हैं, और जो सिस्टम आपके इमेज प्रोसेसिंग के लिए चाहिए जीपीयू वाले, वो ऑलरेडी हमने प्रोक्योर किए हुए हैं, तो वो आपको हार्डवेयर भी नहीं चाहिए, आप यहाँ पे सारा टेस्ट करें, मॉडल बनाएं और आप उसके ऊपर पेपर लिख लें। और कुछ डेटा होता है वो फिर हम आपको जो है वो करते हैं NDA, नॉन डिस्क्लोजर एग्रीमेंट के अगेंस्ट दे देते हैं। तो वो डिपेंड करता है कि आपको कौन सा डेटा चाहिए। अगर आप कहेंगे 1.5 का डेटा चाहिए तो वो शायद हम कहें आपको कि आप हमारे आपके साइट पे यूज कर लें, क्योंकि उसमें कॉलर कॉल कर रहे हैं, मुझे ये मसला है, फिर आगे से पूरा वो पर्सनल उसमें डिटेल होती है, तो वो जाहिर है हम वहाँ पे एनोनिमाइज भी करेंगे तो भी वो ऑन साइट हम आपको अलाउ कर देंगे। वो इशू नहीं। ये ग्लासगो यूनिवर्सिटी मेरे बहुत ज़्यादा प्रोजेक्ट जो है ना उन्हीं की वजह से वो डिले हुए और फाइनली दे लॉस्ट देयर इंटरेस्ट। तो वो उनको भी हमने ये कहा था कि आप, वो कहते हैं हम ग्लासगो से आ जाते हैं, आप हमें टिकट दे दें, रहने का खर्चा दे दें, तो हम यहाँ आके R&D और बहुत अच्छी R&D करके देंगे। तो वो जाहिर है वो फिर हम चीज़ें, लेकिन उस उनके साथ फिर हमने किया सेंटीमेंट एनालिसिस पे, उसका चूंकि पब्लिक डेटा था हमारा, हमने सारा डेटा निकाल के उनको दे दिया और उसके उन्होंने रिसर्च पेपर भी उस पर बना लिया है और हमें वो रिजल्ट भी दे दिए। जी नहीं, आप मुझसे रब्ता कर लें, एक ईमेल कर दें छोटी सी, आपके ये इनको मैंने नंबर दिया है आपके हेड डॉक्टर साहब को, तो आप मुझे एक ही
कहना ये चाह रहा था कि आपका प्रोसेस है ना काफी कॉम्प्लेक्स है। इवन आपकी जो एम्प्लॉई है, आपने अपनी एम्प्लॉई को डेटा नहीं दिया, आपके ऑफिस में काम करती है, उसमें वो भी हमारे पास उसके पास डेटा
नहीं, वो उनको इसलिए नहीं देते, मैं आपको बताता हूँ कि उनको तो हमने यूएसबी की एक्सेस बंद है, उनसे हम फोन ले लेते हैं रिसेप्शन के ऊपर, यानी वो फोन लेके भी एम्प्लॉय नहीं जा सकते, कोई फोटो लेना चाहे स्क्रीन की दे कांट। तो वो हमारा जो है ना वो डेटा प्राइवेसी की वजह से है। उसमें देखें हमारे एक एक्स एम्प्लॉय हैं, हमारे पुराने जो चीफ टेक्नोलॉजी ऑफिसर थे, वो इस वक्त वो स्टर्लिंग में ही कर रहे हैं मास्टर, तो उन्होंने भी मुझसे मांगा था डेटा, तो हमने उनका प्रोसेस करके उनको हमने एनओसी भी दे दिया। और उसमें कोई इशू डिपेंड करता है कि डेटा है किस नेचर का, तो आप मुझसे रब्ता कर लें, वी विल फैसिलिटेट यू एज मच एज वी कैन। उसमें ये हो सकता है कि हो सकता है ऑनलाइन डेटा की एक्सेस दें या ऑफलाइन, वो देखने वाली बात होगी। वेलकम।
सर मुझे मैसेज हुआ था कि चलाऊंगा मेरी गाड़ी का
जी,
तो मैंने उसको ऑनलाइन प्रिंट करने के लिए गया हूं, वहां पे कोई शो नहीं हुआ, तो ये मैंने वहां पे कॉल की तो वो कह रहे हैं कोई चला नहीं है गाड़ी के, तो ये
वो चलान तो हम अभी आपको दे देते हैं, ये सफीर एलटी सेट से देख लेते हैं, वो हमारे पास लाइव एक्सेस है डेटा की। लेकिन उसमें जो आप ये कह रहे हैं ना कि वो कई दफा होता है कि गाड़ी आपने बेच दी है, ठीक है, अगर वो सेम गाड़ी है वो अभी हम आपको कर देते हैं क्लैरिफाई, फैक्चुअल पोजीशन जो है। नहीं, उसके लिए आप एक ETC हमारा है ईमेल etc@psca, जी जी जी, चलें वो हम आपका नोट कर लेते हैं और आपको जो है ना वो रिस्पॉन्स। अच्छा, उसके लिए एक और मैं आपको आसान तरीका बता देता हूँ, ये इसी के लिए हमने एक और सर्विस शुरू की है रिसेंटली, अबाउट अ मंथ अगो। हमारा एक शॉर्ट कोड है 8815, आप नोट कर लें 8815। इस शॉर्ट कोड के ऊपर आप अपनी गाड़ी का चेसिस नंबर जो है वो आप गाड़ी खोल के भी देख सकते हैं और आपकी रजिस्ट्रेशन बुक के ऊपर भी लिखा होता है, ठीक है। चेसिस नंबर यूनिक होता है आपकी गाड़ी, आपने खाली चेसिस नंबर जो है ना वो टाइप कर देना है और आपने 8815 पे मैसेज कर देना है, आपको उसी वक्त जवाब में आ जाएगा कि आपके अनपेड चालान कितने हैं। और चालान अगर आपके 5 से ज्यादा हो जाए ना तो आपकी गाड़ी ब्लैक लिस्ट डेटाबेस में चली जाती है। तो आपने कोशिश करनी है कि 5 से ज्यादा चालान ना हो, अगर 5 से ज्यादा हो तो पे कर दें, तो उससे कम हो तो फिर वो उस पे आपका हमारे डेटाबेस में ब्लैक लिस्ट नहीं होती गाड़ी।
आपको डिस्काउंट देंगे
उसमें ये अभी नया जो कानून पास हो रहा है वो उसमें एक तो चालान डबल कर रही है गवर्नमेंट, दूसरा उसमें जो है ना आपके लाइसेंस के ऊपर पॉइंट सिस्टम जो यूके में यूरोप में है वो पॉइंट सिस्टम इम्प्लीमेंट करने लगे हैं, तो वो खतरनाक चीज है कि आप 5-6 वायलेशन करेंगे आपका लाइसेंस ब्लॉक कर देंगे। तो लाइसेंस के बगैर चलाना तो एक ऑफेंस है, खुदा न खास्ता कोई एक्सीडेंट हो जाए तो उस पर बड़ी सीरियस जो है वो penal clauses लगती हैं। Any other question before I get on?
ऑनलाइन पार्टिसिपेंट से प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर आफ्ताब अहमद साहब कुछ पूछना चाह रहे हैं। अस्सलाम वालेकुम प्रोफेसर।
चलिए ठीक है, थैंक यू सर।
इंदा आ जाए।
अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मेरा नाम तो आप सबको पता लग गया होगा। मैं एग्जीक्यूटिव ऑफिसर पंजाब सेफ सिटी अथॉरिटी में काम कर रही हूँ। ये वुमेन सेफ्टी एक्ट है, रिसेंटली नहीं कहना चाहिए लेकिन लेटली वुमेन के अगेंस्ट वायलेशन जो है वो हमारी कंट्री में बहुत ज़्यादा होती जा रही है। आप सबको आइडिया होगा रिसेंट इवेंट्स के थ्रू भी। तो बेसिकली ये ऐप हमने जो की थी लॉन्च, ये की थी मोटरवे इंसिडेंट के बाद। उससे पहले ये ऑपरेशनल थी लेकिन इसमें भी नॉर्मली 15 की तरह के फीचर्स थे, मतलब 15 पे आप नॉर्मली कॉल करें या ऐप के थ्रू कर लें। तो लेकिन मोटरवे के इंसिडेंट पे जो फैक्टर्स बेसिकली इफेक्ट किए थे ना उनकी रिपोर्टिंग में, इंसिडेंट की रिपोर्टिंग में, उसकी वजह से फिर हमने अपनी ऐप में ना इम्प्रूवमेंट की थी। और इम्प्रूवमेंट जो थी ना वो स्टार्ट यहाँ से होती थी कि हमने वुमेन सेफ्टी ऐप की रजिस्ट्रेशन मैंडेटरी कर दी थी। मैंडेटरी करने से क्या है कि आप जो फोन नंबर ऐड करेंगे, पहले लोग रजिस्ट्रेशन करते थे तो क्या करते थे, कोई फेक नंबर ऐड कर दिया एंड दे आर रजिस्टर्ड। अब क्या होता है कि आपका जो नंबर, मोबाइल नंबर पर्सनल होगा, उस पर जब तक आपके पास कोड रिसीव नहीं होता, वो कोड आप ऐप पे नहीं देते, तब तक आपकी आप ऐप पे रजिस्टर नहीं हो सकते। रजिस्ट्रेशन का फायदा ये है कि जैसे ही आप इनमें से किसी भी हेल्पलाइन नंबर पे प्रेस करेंगे ना, साथ ही क्या होगा कि वो नंबर जो है हमारे पास वेरीफाइड पे रिसीव हो जाता है। उससे क्या होता है कि इन केस अगर आपका बैलेंस खत्म हो गया, आपका कनेक्शन लॉस्ट हो गया है, सिग्नल्स का इशू है, जो भी है, तो 15 का जो भी एजेंट वहां पे बैठा होता है वो आपको बैक कॉल कर देगा। अब इसमें ये बेसिकली होम स्क्रीन है आपकी। इसमें क्या है, तो सबसे ऊपर आ रहा है पैनिक बटन 15 का। पैनिक बटन वैसे हमारे ओवरऑल लाहौर में 15 के वैसे भी लगे हुए हैं, अगर आप लोगों ने कभी देखे हो तो उस पर क्या होता है, कॉल करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती। जब आप बटन प्रेस कर देते हो तो आप उस पैनिक बटन की लोकेशन जो है वो 15 हमारे हेडक्वार्टर में रिसीव हो जाती है। और फिर क्या होता है कि हमें पता होता है कि हमने किस एरिया की जो फील्ड फोर्स है वो डिस्पैच करनी है। बेसिकली इंसिडेंट प्लेस हमारे पास आ जाती है। ठीक है, अब इसी तरह इस अलर्ट 15 पे जब आप क्लिक करते हैं ना, इसके साथ भी क्या होता है कि एक 15 पे कॉल चली जाती है। दूसरा क्या होता है कि हमारे पास आपकी लोकेशन आई है, हम फील्ड फोर्स डिस्पैच करेंगे। तीसरी चीज क्या होती है कि आपके 2 इमरजेंसी कॉन्टेक्ट डिटेल्स हम लेते हैं, या फोन नंबर या ईमेल। ठीक है, वो इमरजेंसी कॉन्टेक्ट नंबर जो भी आपने दिया हुआ है, ईमेल दी हुई है, उनको आपके कोऑर्डिनेट्स के साथ ईमेल या मैसेज उसी टाइम शूट हो जाता है। जिसी तरह आप इन 5-6 हेल्पलाइन में से किसी भी एक पे प्रेस करेंगे ना, तो वो कोई ना कोई एक पर्सन जो आप मेंशन करते हैं फोन नंबर, उसके पास भी वो इन्फॉर्मेशन चली जाती है कि यू आर इन डेंजर। तो पुलिस तो मतलब रिस्पॉन्ड करती है जितनी क्विकली कर सकती है। उसके साथ क्या होता है कि आपका कोई भी रिलेटिव या मतलब फादर, ब्रदर, कोई भी जिसका आपने नंबर दिया हुआ है, वो भी एज सून एज पॉसिबल आपको रीच कर लेंगे। अब इसमें जो है ये हेल्पलाइन दी हुई है, 1122 की है, 1124 हाईवे पेट्रोल। यही इशू था बेसिकली मोटरवे इंसिडेंट का। ठीक है, और 130 बेसिकली पता नहीं था कि एक्चुअली किस हेल्पलाइन पे रिपोर्ट करना है, तो इसलिए अब सारी हेल्पलाइन आप सब पे भी एक बार प्रेस कर देना, सब हेल्पलाइन के पास जो है वो आपकी डिटेल्स चली जाएंगी। उनमें से जो भी हेल्पलाइन मतलब नियरेस्ट होगी क्विकली आपको रिस्पॉन्ड कर देगी। ठीक है, अब ये रिसेंटली ये हमने फीचर ऐड किया है साइबर क्राइम का भी। अगर आप इन केस के कोई इस तरह का साइबर सिक्योरिटी का इशू फेस कर रहे हैं, या जो है ब्लैकमेलिंग का कोई इशू है, किसी तरह का भी है, तो वो आप इस हेल्पलाइन पे कॉन्टेक्ट कर सकते हैं। इसके अलावा लाइव चैट का फीचर है। लाइव चैट में क्या होता है कि हमारे पास एक कॉल आई थी जिसमें एक फीमेल थी, उनको कहीं किडनैप करके लेके जा रहे, तो उन्होंने कॉल 15 पे मिला दी, और लेकिन वो एजेंट से बात नहीं कर रही थी। अब हमारे हेडक्वार्टर में जो बैठा हुआ था वो हेलो हेलो कर रहे थे, और दूसरी तरफ से कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं आ रहा। तो थोड़ी देर के बाद क्या हुआ कि शी स्टार्टेड सेइंग, आप मुझे कहाँ लेके जा रहे हैं, ये कौन सी जगह है, या पास में बिल्डिंग उन्हें नजर आ रही थी, फील होता था कि फेमस होगी जरा। ठीक है, या उन्हें जो भी लैंडमार्क्स जो थे ना वो लगते थे इस तरह के कि पुलिस आइडेंटिफाई कर लेगी, वो सारे गुजर जिस रास्ते से उनको लेके जा रहे थे वो सारे मेंशन करती जा रही थी, लेकिन शी वाज नॉट टॉकिंग टू एजेंट। तो क्या हुआ, एजेंट ने थोड़ी देर के बाद सिचुएशन जो सी थी ना उसको समझ आ गई कि वो बात नहीं कर सकती, इसीलिए वो बस मुझे इंफॉर्मेशन पास कर रही है बेसिकली। तो क्या हुआ था कि वो सारे जितने भी उसने बताए थे क्वाइट्स वगैरह, इन्होंने क्विकली उसको चेक करके तो वो उस एरिया की फील्ड फोर्स जो थी ना वो डिस्पैच कर दी थी, और वो वुमेन जो थी ना उनको रेस्क्यू कर लिया था। तो अब चैट का फीचर भी इसीलिए दिया है कि इन केस यू आर इन सिचुएशन के जहाँ पे आप फोन नहीं कर सकते, बात नहीं कर सकते, उसी टाइम पे आप एक मैसेज कर दें। मैसेज करेंगे तो आपको विद इन सेकेंड जो है ना वो पीएसए के किसी भी एजेंट से रिप्लाई आ रहा है, उसको आप अपनी डिटेल्स बता दें, लोकेशन उसके पास आपकी आ जाएगी, क्योंकि आप ऐप के थ्रू बात कर रहे हैं। ऐप को बस ये करना है कि ऐप को लोकेशन जो है ना उसकी एक्सेस दे देनी, क्योंकि अगर आप एक्सेस नहीं देते ना तो इसमें मोस्टली चीजें हैं जिनका कोई फायदा नहीं रहेगा। अब नेक्स्ट आ जाते हैं, तो इसमें क्या है, पहली चीज आप देखते हैं लोकेशन रिव्यू। लोकेशन रिव्यू नॉर्मली आप गूगल मैप्स ओपन करते हैं तो उस पर मार्कर्स आ रहे होते हैं, वो मार्कर्स होते हैं लोकेशंस कि वो बेसिकली कहाँ कौन कौन सी प्लेसेस है वहाँ पे। अगर आप इस ऐप में जो है वो ये मैप ओपन करेंगे ना, तो इस पे आपको 3 कलर के मार्कर्स नजर आएंगे, ग्रीन, रेड और ऑरेंज। ग्रीन जो है ना वो बेसिकली वो प्लेसेस होती हैं जो वुमेन ने मार्क की हैं सेफ्टी, मतलब जो वुमेन सेफ प्लेसेस है ना वो वाली होती हैं, ठीक है। पार्शली सेफ जो होती हैं वो ऑरेंज में आपको नजर आ रहे होंगे मार्कर्स, और जो डेंजर जोन है वो बेसिकली रेड में नजर आ रहे होते हैं। उसके बाद क्या है, करंट लोकेशन। इस पे फीचर है एक ऐप का जिसमें आप इसको जब भी ओपन करेंगे ना तो आपकी करंट लोकेशन जो चाहे कोऑर्डिनेट्स हो या लोकेशन हो वो आपके पास शो हो रही होती है। उसके बाद ये है कि काफी ज्यादा जो हरासमेंट लॉज है और उसके अलावा वुमेन्स की राइट प्रोटेक्शन के लिए जिनका नॉर्मली हमें भी नहीं पता होता, क्योंकि अल्लाह का शुक्र है वैसे मतलब कभी हमें जरूरत नहीं पड़ी, लेकिन इन केस जो है वो सबके लिए है, किसी को भी किसी भी टाइम इस चीज की जरूरत पड़े तो इस ऐप में जो है ना वो सारे डॉक्यूमेंट्स हैं वो अवेलेबल है। और दूसरी चीज इसमें क्या है एडिशनल के इसमें सारे डॉक्यूमेंट्स जो है ना वो इंग्लिश और उर्दू दोनों लैंग्वेजेस में अवेलेबल है, ताकि अगर कोई इस तरह के मतलब यूजर्स हैं हमारे जो इंग्लिश नहीं पढ़ सकते या इंग्लिश नहीं समझ सकते तो वो उर्दू में इस ऐप पे जो है डॉक्यूमेंट्स वो सारे चेक कर सकते हैं। ये लोकेशन फीचर है। लोकेशन फीचर में क्या होता है बेसिकली, एक तो आप ये लोकेशन फीचर जो है ना ये बता देते हैं कि लोकेशन सेफ है, अनसेफ है, पार्शली सेफ है। दूसरी चीज हमने इसमें ऐड की थी कि आप लोकेशन बता दें, जिस तरह कोई लोकेशन होती है डे टाइम में आप जा रहे हैं तो ठीक लगती है, कोई इशू नहीं है, गुजर सकते हैं हम, लेकिन जो होता है रात के वक्त वहां पे लाइटिंग का इशू है, सुनसान है, या वहां पे कुछ इस तरह के लोग पाए जाते हैं जो सेफ नहीं लगते, तो वो जो है ना वो आप लोकेशन डे टाइम की बेस पे भी आप लोकेशन का ऑर्डर कर सकते हैं। करंट लोकेशन आपके पास ऐसे शो हो जाती है। अब आ जाते हैं ये अदर हेल्पलाइंस है। इसमें क्या है 1787 है, ये आईजीपी कंप्लेंट पोर्टल है। इनकेस आपने पुलिस को कोई कंप्लेन की थी या आपने 15 पे इस ऐप के थ्रू कुछ भी किया, मतलब इंसिडेंट रिपोर्ट किया था या कुछ भी किया था और आपके पास रिस्पॉन्स नहीं आया, तो आप पुलिस के अगेंस्ट जो है ना कंप्लेंट वो ये आईजीपी पोर्टल पे कर सकते हैं। उसके बाद ये पंजाब कमीशन ऑफ स्टेटस ऑफ वुमेन, यहाँ पे ये भी बेसिकली वुमेन राइट प्रोटेक्शन के लिए काम करते हैं और काफी एफिशिएंट है। तो इनका जो है वो कंप्लेंट पोर्टल भी आ रहा होता है, इनकी हेल्पलाइन भी आ रही होती है, इनकी हेल्पलाइन। और उसके बाद है ये दारुल अमान की इंफॉर्मेशन सारी दी हुई है, ठीक है। पीटीए फोन ब्लॉकिंग के लिए भी सारी इंफॉर्मेशन, और इसका जो है वो वेब पेज भी आपके पास, फॉर्म भी ओपन हो जाएगा इस ऐप के थ्रू, जिसके जहाँ से आप जो है ना वो फोन ब्लॉकिंग के लिए इंफॉर्मेशन जो भी है वो भी रिपोर्ट कर सकते हैं। अब आ जाते हैं यहाँ पे, ये है इन केस ऑफ इमरजेंसी नंबर। ये नीचे मैंने ग्रीन में जो हाईलाइट किया हुआ है ना, ये है वो ईमेल और फोन नंबर जो इमरजेंसी के केस में आप चाहते हैं जिनको इन्फॉर्मेशन आपकी चली जाए। लेकिन एक काम ये करना है कि जब भी आप लोग इसमें जिसका भी नंबर ऐड कर रहे हैं ना उसको बता जरूर देना, क्योंकि नॉर्मली ये होता है हमारे पास पिछले दिनों इस तरह के कुछ केसेस आए थे कि वो इमरजेंसी नंबर ऐड कर दिया, इवन टेस्टिंग करते हुए मैंने भी ये किया था कि मैंने अपने भाई का नंबर ऐड कर दिया एंड देन सारी हेल्पलाइंस पे मैंने प्रेस कर दिया, तो उसको 6 मैसेज शूट हुए थे कि आई एम इन डेंजर एंड दीज आर द कोऑर्डिनेट्स। तो मुझे कॉल्स घर से आना शुरू हो गई कि क्या हुआ है क्या से। बस गलती मैंने ये की कि मैंने इन्फॉर्म नहीं किया कि मैं आपका नंबर इस तरह से ऐड कर दूँ, ठीक है। तो जिस बंदे का भी नंबर यहाँ पे ऐड करेंगे उसको जरूर बता दें ताकि उसे पता हो कि आपने रिस्पॉन्ड कैसे करना, उन्होंने कैसे रिस्पॉन्ड करना आपको, ठीक है। और उसके अलावा इसमें नेम, CNIC, एड्रेस वगैरह की डिटेल्स आ रही है। ये सारा जो है ना रजिस्ट्रेशन प्रोसेस जो है ये आप बेसिकली आपके लिए ही है, ताकि अगर आपसे किसी ने कॉन्टेक्ट करना है तो वो एफिशिएंटली कर सके। दैट्स इट।
In the name of Allah, who is the most beneficent and the most merciful. Dear faculty members and students, Assalamu Alaikum. I am Hureen Khan from IT department. I would like to call the next dignitary to honor us with his presence is Major Dr. Ahmed Naeem Halalimtas Military. He is the IT Director and Head of Information Technology Department in Lahore Garrison University, and he has done his PhD from NUST in telecommunication. So please welcome sir.
Thank you very much, Ms. Horeen. One correction that I have been conferred with Tamgha Imtiaz Military, not Elal Imtiaz Military, please. Thank you very much. I know I am the most unwanted person at the moment because I am occupying the rostrum, but I will not take much of the time. I understand your feelings and your urge to leave as early as possible. I'll make it very crisp and brief to the point. It is the background of this why I am at the last, because since yesterday we are watching that the IT, the adoption of IT techniques in Pakistan is a sore point. And we being the very developing university in IT department in particular, I have endeavored to make a point that how can we make contribution in developing, in making our making Pakistan good in IT industry, so that the figures which I'll be displaying here and shown, which are from one of the World Bank report, how can we be we excel in numbers in IT development. So the global opportunities in IT and telecommunication, they move in merging paradigm. The rapid advances in information technology and telecommunications and the resulting global connectivity are fueling dynamic growth in the services sector. The demand for IT and IT-enabled services in the paradigm of IT and telecommunication sectors are estimated to represent $500 billion annual market, of which only 20% have been realized. Thus, this sector is creating new opportunities for growth power, for economic growth, social empowerment, and grassroots innovation in developing countries, and Pakistan in particular. The potential for employment for youth is a particular benefit to which we should target as the university in which we are offering BSIT, BS Software Engineering, and BScs, as well as MS of all these programs as well. The challenges in Pakistan, which have been discussed very comprehensively by Yasser Saab, who has come here for LUMS, and in this, I would target one point, that conscious competence. We are well placed, we are well equipped, हमारा नॉलेज भी ठीक है, हमने उसको किस तरह प्लेटफॉर्म पे यूटिलाइज करना है is the point where we are probably lacking, and which needs to be addressed, and that confidence to be gained by the students and the junior faculty member themselves. Likewise, if now what can be done, what can we do? It takes us to one research area which I would highlight here. If you see the wireless communication, because this is the age of wireless, we are on the exponential growth of mobiles. In the last 2 decades, we have seen a very rapid growth and exponential growth in use of mobile devices. Now we are from voice to data and composite of voice and data both. Now to address this issue, if you see what is the wireless communication, now this is the United States frequency allocation of wireless technologies. One can easily see that there is no space, you can't even read what is written, but this You can't read. So many wireless applications are available in the world, in every country, and we are. But the emerging wireless wireless applications, they cannot be accommodated here as far as frequency allocation is concerned. So you can see that you can't even read what is written here. So this leads to a point that we can say that only a very few percentage of existing wireless applications are underused. For example, if you see, we all are very much dependent on our mobile devices. We are very much dependent on the bandwidth which we have purchased through our mobile operators being used on our devices. But if you can see that the voice, at least of every one of us, is shut at the moment. And if you make a record, a log, only 1 hour or 2 hours out of 24 hours, or maybe 5 hours, or maximum 8 hours, one might talk on telephone on the purchased SIM, which is on a particular radio frequency spectrum bandwidth, जिसको एक frequency band allocate किया गया है, लेकिन हम उसको बहुत कम utilize करते हैं. And this is what has been shown here, that only 16% of the existing wireless applications are being used. It means that efficient utilization or specific algorithms can take us to smart utilization and efficient utilization of this existing bandwidth, which is underutilized. And all those wireless applications which are available can be made on air with smart utilization of this wireless spectrum. This leads to the point that there are software-defined networks which can be utilized. What are these networks? These networks are that the underlying hardware technology remains the same, and using the software, one can modify the application and one can reuse with the same device and make a efficient utilization of this very precious radio frequency spectrum band. This leads to software-defined networks, and what is this? It decouples the control and data planes by providing open standard APIs. And here comes the paradigm of IT and telecommunication together. This is a survey carried out by two of the students, the name of which is written, has been published in the journal, that what are the problems being faced in information technology for its adoption. Now you can see that there are interrupted power supply, uninterrupted power supply nahi hai. Presently, for the last 1 to 2 years, we are better off as far as electricity is concerned. But if it is not there, we have seen that in the lockdown period where the university was completely closed and we have to conduct online classes, we had been facing problems. Even the teacher is available, all the students are available, but because of the only power arrangements, the uninterrupted power, we were unable to conduct the classes, and that led to some inefficiency of the system, so some efficiency of the academic system. And because of that, and lack of IT expertise among library users, etc., these all mentioned. And what is the N52 means that they have carried out a survey where they have made use of 52 number of libraries and universities, etc. The minimum is 1 and the maximum is 5. And mind you, this mean which is written here, it is not your CGPA Burhan in MS. It is the max. It is the mean available to us. So don't take it. I don't know the name of these software engineer students. Otherwise, don't take it to your CGPA. This is very high. Although you must have endeavored for this, but you could not achieve this. This is the mean available. Means 1 is minimum and 5 is maximum. That is, you strongly agree or don't. It means that 3.79 is the mean value of the survey carried out, reported. Lack of training opportunities for LIS professionals, interrupted power supply, and all that. These are the factors mentioned. And once we improve these factors, it means if we improve these factors, we can increase our utilization and our standing in information technology rating internationally. So this was one point which was to be put across to the students in particular and to the junior faculty member, where we can raise our standing in IT and telecommunication utilization in the world, where we are at present not well placed, unfortunately. This is the since this is the text, I have explicitly described it, and taking the point that we are already short of time, so I'll skip this. And a topology of IT services and IT enabled services. These have been described well throughout the workshop, throughout this our national conference, and you can see that everything is mentioned here. IT services are included, application development. A lot has been talked on application development and how can it be beneficial and how rewarding it can be financially. Then the application development, integration and testing, and application miniature system integration. This all can be done. The analysis of the algorithm, analysis of the algorithms developed, their design, etc., and the development, and then integration and testing, package implementation, implement IT infrastructure services, help desks. You can make help desks remotely, and these can be accessed remotely and only.
Typology.
Sorry.
Topology.
Topology probably. TOP. Thanks for the correction. And then the network operation consulting, IT consulting, network consulting, etc. These all are what? These all are IT services available. Now the commensurating compatible engineering services are also available. Then the business process services are also available. What is the point in highlighting here the topology? It is that how these things can merge, these three education sectors can merge together. That is the IT services, the engineering services, and the business process services. So IT is not restricted to only computing of computing fields. It includes now business and the management sciences as well. Now the global opportunities for IT services and ITES. This is what it is mentioned here, that the engineering services and this numeric. What does this numeric says? That still we are in 30-35%. We have not achieved significant number worldwide. In fact, so there is a lot of potential which is available here. Again, these are the discussion points which has been mentioned. That what the point is. The point is that we are underutilized. We are not par to the complete availability of potential available with this. This is the case studies of Philippines, then the Ireland, then we have for Kenya as well. And these are the certain criteria which I have mentioned here, that the infrastructure, here from where this lead of that smart city sensors ki baat hui thi abhi, Internet of Things ki. Basically, this is what it is. What is the Internet of Things? Internet of Things is A4. A4 means the connectivity anywhere by anything for everyone and at any location. This is what the connectivity, this is what the definition of Internet of Things. Internet of Things, we are heading towards Internet of Things, about smart city, about smart university. I, being the director IT, I claim that I have, me and my team have endeavored a lot to make this university a smart university. And this is what the testimony is, that we are conducting this workshop and the authorities are watching it from their home. So it means that we have taken at least a step ahead towards smart university. Our website is versatile, and we have tried to provide here state-of-the-art internet, high-speed internet, using multi ISPs for providing here. So this smart city is such a research area in IT and telecommunication field, that every learner, every skilled individual, whether he or she is a student of matriculate, can contribute in making the smart city or smart area or smart home, whatever is you can make. And this is what the infrastructure mentioned here about these criteria, which are various, including the Gartner's criteria and the other localization criteria which are mentioned. The talent pool, in the talent pool, the suitability for employment, of course, but it has to be qualification based. a lot has been talked today about skill only, but skill only, perhaps I am afraid that we are not in a state where we can only appreciate the skill. We need to have a qualification little at least of BSIT or BScs. Am I right, sir? It is the point. Curriculum ki bhi baat hui, in between that curriculum is fixed and we are dependent on the curriculum, where VC has added the point that you can make it as a diversified and you can report it under a system, and we can develop this all IT curriculum to bring that curriculum to be implemented practically. And for that, we are endeavoring. PhD of computer science is around the corner. We are at the verge of getting the NOC. We have started MSIT, and we are trying to make it compatible and with the international market, to the international standards, so that we can produce good researchers as well as good coders who can meet the market trends globally. And about research, whatever the research is carried out, what is the yardstick? The yardstick is that how many publications it has yielded in reputable journals only, not anywhere else, in reputable journals only. And in the reputation of the journal is always determined by its impact factor. So this is one point in talent pool, the trainability, accessibility, willingness to work in the industry, etc. This all is well known, and it is theory. Practically, what is it? It is to be done through R&D. It is to be done by the coding, and for that we are trying our best to provide here the suitable and reasonable platform, which should guide students and the junior faculty to do the research. Infrastructure, again, we are trying to make it. And what is infrastructure? It has been talked a lot. Business and living environment. This all would be depending upon the user requirement of the user. Again, what it can be done in the software-defined networks and software-defined radios, that the underlying hardware technology infrastructure remains the same. Using the software coding, we can make it as per our requirement. So this is the local location readiness index as a diagnostic tool. For that means the LRI. The LRI is spelled out at various points where the scores can be interpreted. It is the extremely favorable. Country is ready to attract IT and ITES industries on all points. Yes, we have very favorable infrastructure available, favorable environment here. It is now up to us. How can we make people, make the society and our people comfortable through our skills in IT? The quality of life is improved. Favorable. Most of the criteria are favorable. Low level of additional preparation is required to attract this IT and IT-enabled services industries. Minimal policy intervention is required by the government, and the action needed is very clear. That roadmap is to be made, that from where you have to start and what is the goal to be achieved, and at the end of that roadmap, what ability and what capability we have found. Yesterday, you must have seen in one of the presentation by Brigadier Dr. Shoaib that he has given a detailed analysis of capability worldwide, including the Pakistan, and he mentioned that why Pakistan is not at par to the other countries where the IT fields, where the IT is better placed. Likewise, the case studies for Indonesia and Kenya compared with United States. This is also available. Calculating the talent index, data processing in Kenya. Now the US dollars, and now the fundings available. Then the quality of instruction index, quality of infrastructure. Quality of infrastructure is determined by the utilization of infrastructure for multi-purpose requirements using SDN. The underlying infrastructure remains the same, but using the software we can get our different kind of services. Impact on economy in case of Kenya, you can see the GDP. This is all numbers which are trying to say that the GDP is increasing using the IT by adoption of IT technology. The scope of gaming industry, gaming a lot has been talked. It is just to supplement that the gaming is a field where we have a lot of potential and you can exercise your expertise. The scope of gaming industry is very high, and how it is high, it is mentioned that the game development careers are top notch in terms of thrill as well as financial rewards. So being the software students, engineering students in particular, you must endeavor and you must consider this. The personal traits, these are well known to everyone, and the educational qualifications required for entering the game, this is the list we are aware of. It would be interesting to see that BA in music and sound design can also be the part of team in developing the gaming industry in Pakistan. This is again, these are the numbers, and we have from 4.2% to as compared to 11.3% now. This is all about mobile data in telecommunication. Soon basic communications will be ubiquitous, means available everywhere. As I told, that smart cities and smart countries, smart colonies, smart universities, and IoT based. Future of telecommunication can be considered like this. And okay, now how we are contributing, this is the last slide. Good news is this, that IT department of Lahore Garrison University is endeavoring to contribute in uplifting IT technology adoption in Pakistan at par to other countries. And for that, IT GEMS, IT Information Technology Garrison Event Management Society is working under IT department, arranging seminars for the awareness of information technology potentials available for the students. Training sessions have been planned for the students for the sake of learning and development, like special seminars regarding awareness of scholarships for study, because lack of funding, we have seen that it has the highest value in the mean 3.79, on which Burhan thought that it is my CGPA, but it is 3.79, the highest, and that figure is out of 5. So with this, I conclude my presentation. I hope I was least boring in my say. I won't say that I am not boring, the least boring. And thank you for patient hearing. If you have any question, I am available, please. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your novel work here. Now I would like to invite Dr. Adnan Khan. He completed his PhD from Isra University, Pakistan, by obtaining a scholarship award from the HEC Islamabad, Pakistan in 2016. Before joining the Gachin University and Rifa International University, Khan has worked in various academic and industrial roles in Pakistan. Presently, he is guiding 5 PhD scholars and 7 MPhil scholars. Khan's research interests primarily include machine learning, MUD, image processing, and medical diagnosis, channel estimation, and multi-carrier communication system using soft computing. So, welcome, sir.
Assalamu alaikum to everyone. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Hello.
Ji, walaikum assalam, sir. We can hear you.
Okay.
You're audible.
Slides maybe. Okay. Can I start my
Yes, sir.
presentation?
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Sure. Your slides are also visible.
First of all, I would like to thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and last Prophet Hazrat Muhammad, peace be upon him, and conference organizing team who provided me a chance to present my work in this conference. The topic which I today present, a machine learning approach to detect intuitive detection in networks. As we know that networks play a crucial role in our daily life, cybersecurity has grown into a critical subject of the study. The intuitive detection systems has evolved into a critical component of the information security strategies, monitoring the software and hardware functioning on the network. Although improvements in growth, modern intrusion detection systems have additional challenges in terms of increasing detection precision, reducing false alarms, and detecting suspicious activities. To address these difficulties raised above I mentioned here, numerous researchers focus on developing intrusion detection systems that utilizing machine learning techniques with amazing accuracy. Machine learning algorithms will discover the fundamental differences between the regular and irregular packets, network traffic, or data. Artificial intelligence, such like a deep learning and machine learning techniques, may be utilized to build an intelligent intrusion detection systems. A deep extreme machine learning is proposed in this article to achieve these objectives. The deep extreme learning machine first defines the importance of the safety attributes and then develops an adaptive intrusion detection system that focuses on the essential features. At the present, I'm investigating the viability of my proposed DLM-based intrusion detection system by assessing datasets and analyzing performance variables in order to confirm the system dependability. Experiments shows that the proposed framework outperforms conventional methods. Indeed, the proposed framework is of relevance not for the significant study, but also for the practical use. Now, just to introduce the basic concept of this one. Networks are deeply shaping daily life and making cybersecurity a significant area, as I told you mentioned previous slide. Cyber protection strategies comprises primarily virus protection application, encryption, and intrusion detection systems. Such strategies monitor networks for possible threats. Respectively, the intrusion detection system is a form of identification devices that perform a crucial task in protection network security by tracking the status of software and hardware operation on the network. There are some kind of issues like a denial of service threats, malware programs, perhaps on unexpected strategies resulting in irrecoverable destruction of the networks and economy disasters. The purpose of an intrusion detection system is also to register, control, and identify unauthorized computer behavior such as unlawful entry, modification, or encryption. To order to resolve the previous slide mentioned complications, scholars have started to work on design intrusion detection systems implying machine learning approaches. Machine learning is a methodology of a branch of the AI that can continuously learn valuable knowledge from the large database. Machine learning-based intrusion detection system can reach a good degree of identification once sufficient training information is accessible, and machine learning frameworks are effectively generalizable to identify the threats, varieties, and new threats as well. In comparison, machine learning-based intrusion detection systems do not depend extensively on domain experts. Thus, they are simple to develop and build. The objective for such analysis is to identify and outline the advanced deep extreme learning machine-based intrusion detection framework developed to overcome the important principle for applying machine learning to protection domain difficulties and to examine existing issues and opportunity improvements. The proposed architecture for detecting intrusion detection, therefore, is a study is therefore built on anomaly centered machine learning techniques. It could also detect novel attacks in this situation. The DLM-based IDS architecture leverages a creative technique to maximize the number of false alarms of the spam. This is done by providing the freedom to change the training algorithm depend on recommendations. This eliminates the likelihood of frequently false alarms of similar data in an optimal way. Finally, I conduct analysis to test the efficiency of my deep extreme learning machine-based intrusion detection system for intrusion detections, which can be used in 5G network or beyond 5G network as well. Investigating results shows that the DLM-based IDS platform outperform as compared to existing approaches, which I shown in my rest of the slides. These are few related work. Just I quickly go through. As I mentioned in my previous slides, there are the several scholars. They already implement the various kind of the machine learning approaches. But as I told, we propose a novel approach of the deep extreme machine learning, which I explained in my proposed method. And here they show that the Park Bank, they also propose the machine learning approaches for the intrusion detection mechanism. But the issue is the accuracy of these authors' proposed mechanism is not to achieve the benchmark accuracy, as you said that. Now we talk about the proposed model. This is my proposed model. This figures defines that the deep extreme learning machine-based intrusion detection method used by the NLSKDD data collection. The graphical description of my framework is demonstrated as shown in figure 1. Two structures are employed for intrusion detection operations: a learning algorithm conditioned by a classified array of the knowledge, and this approach may be used as major aspect of the identification of attacks in the pre-processing layer. A novel system for detecting security threats in a certain period after deep extreme learning machine has been deployed. The DLM architecture has one enormous range of the hidden layers, often have some hidden neurons, and many forms of the activation function are used to obtain the right configuration of the maximum network security. This just the proposed structure comprises of the 3 layers. The first layer is the data collection layer. The second one is the pre-processing layer. The third one is the evaluation layer. 2 sub-layers are used in the proposed framework, one for the estimating and the other for the assessment. The real data was collected from the cloud or data based from the experimental studies. When data processed, the data was then trained as input to the data collection layer. In the pre-processing step, different data cleaning procedures and examining methods are implemented to remove the irregularity from the real data. The deep extreme machine learning architecture is deployed in the application layer in order to increase network security against any troublemaking intrusion activities. These are the explanation which I explained in previous. And this is my mathematical model. Actually, as you know that after graphical model, we must design a mathematical model, because when we simulate simulation stage, we implement that mathematical model. And this is the main mathematical model which we simulate in MATLAB and achieve our accuracy. As I previous slide, I mentioned that we use the different hidden layers and different activation function. And this equation 1 is clearly shown that in here we use the 6 number of number of the hidden layers in which sigma activation function is uses and which gives the output of the net of the hidden layer and so on of the 6 hidden layers. And then we calculate the out edge of the kth layer. After calculating this one, then we calculate the error in which we use the minimum mean square error formula is used to evaluate the system performance. And this using MMSC, we want to update our weights, because it's also a backpropagation mechanism here. Using the backpropagation, we update our weights. And equation number 2 clearly shown that in which we first update the weights of the 6th layer, then 5th and so on, because when we implement this model, we use initially for 6 hidden layers. And in here we use the apply the chain rule, and last equation is shown in here. And this is some derivation after driving and simplifying these equations. These are implemented. And these are the final updated equation. Using these 2 equations, we use these equations to update the weights of our hidden layers. And then again, in next iteration, feed forward and back propagation, so on. During training, these equations are used. But when we talk about the prediction, in prediction and evaluation, or when we implement or deploy this system into a real-time scenario, then in that scenario, because the train model is imported, is stored, and just we import that train model, and during validation, these weights are not tuned. These weights are tuned just in during the training of any system. And now I discuss about the results and discussion. For simulation purpose, we use the MATLAB 2021 software. As I mentioned, my graphical model as well. NSLKDD dataset is used for this purpose. And this dataset further divided into 2 portions for the training and validation purpose. For training purpose, we use the 70% of the data, which is 103 1,962 records are used for the training purpose. And if we talk about the validation purpose, we use the 44,554 records. And the data was processed in order to eliminate the anomalies, and we predict the missing values, and to handle the outliers, use the different methods like moving averages, statistical methods. And further, we implement the DLM approach with different hidden layers. As I mentioned, mathematical model, we use 6 hidden layers and sigmoid activation function for this purpose. The question is this: why we use the sigmoid activation function? Because as you know, in here we have the 2 classes. When we have a 2 classes, then we use and label with a 0, 1. That's why we use the sigmoid activation function. But if we have the multiple classes, then we use the other membership function as well, like a time hyperbola, tang, cosecant, and like others, ReLU activation function and so on. And these are the few evaluation parameters through which we evaluate our system performance. We use two matrices just I included here, miss rate and accuracy. Actually, when we test in our lab, we use the 10 to 15 parameters to for comparison purpose and evaluate our system performance. But in here, just I mentioned two parameters. First is the miss rate, which is also known as the false rate, which means our system is wrongly predict the patterns, and accuracy is shown that our system which correctly predict our patterns of packets or data which is received. This is the confusion matrix of the training matrix. As I mentioned in my previous slides, 70% of data is used, which is known as 103,963 samples, and which further contain 53,937 samples, the normal packets in which there is no intrusion is found, and the 50,025 samples are used which contain the attacks. But when we train our system, after training, our system detects 50,198 samples are correctly predicted as a normal, and in case of attack, they correctly identify the 45,498 samples. But unfortunately, 3,739 and 4,527 samples are wrongly identified in class of normal and attack respectively. And this is the confusion matrix of during validation. Actually, you know that the system performance doesn't rely on the training. Actually, the validation is the main point. How much our model achieved the accuracy during validation. That is our proposed model accuracy. So in validation, we use 30% of our data, which is 44,554 samples, which further divided into 23,116 belongs to a normal class, and the 21,438 samples belong to attack class. And in during validation, if we talk about the normal class, 21,503 samples are correctly predicted as a normal class, and 1,613 samples are wrongly predicted. Actually, they are belong to a normal packets and normal traffic, but our system predict as an attack. But in case of suspicious activities or attack, those packets which contain the intrusion in that traffic, 19,144 samples are correctly identified as the attack and intrusion, but unfortunately 2,294 samples are predicted wrongly as a normal, whether actually they belong to a suspicious activity or intrusion detection. And this is the overall system performance of during training and validation. During training, our proposed model achieved 92.04% accuracy and 7.96 miss rate. And during validation, it achieved 91.23% accuracy, and miss rate is 8.77. And this is the comparison, because comparison is one of the most important factors, which shows that how much accuracy your proposed model achieved the more accuracy as compared to a previous published work. So in here, we compare our work with the state-of-the-art method which published by the different researchers. Like if we talk about the 8 paper, which is including my references as well, they use the SVM and achieves the 69.5% accuracy, and in 9 self-organization map they use and achieve the 75.5. If we talk about the highest accuracy is the GANS, which which present in article number 12, they achieve 96.5% accuracy. And our proposed deep extreme learning machine based this system achieved the 91.23% accuracy. And this the conclusion in this assessment is just a deep extreme learning machine based intrusion detection framework. Firstly, I mentioned the security feature according to the importance, and then I construct a generalized intrusion detection model based on the relevant feature observed. I also done this to make the security model effective and competitive by growing the computing difficulty for predicting precision for uncertain data sets. Ultimately, by running a series of data set experiments, I measure the efficiency of my proposed DLM based IDS system to assess the viability of the suggested solution. Different analytical methods were employed, in which just 2 of them are shown in here. These evaluations demonstrate that the deep extreme learning machine based intrusion detection solution suggests is far more reliable than other approaches. The suggested IDS security framework concentrate on the DLM provide promising result. The suggested model demonstrate 92.04 and the 91.23 accuracy during training and validation respectively, which I mentioned in previous slide as well. I have compared the results of the IDS system with other traditional state-of-the-art methods, and it clearly shown that the proposed model gives more accurate results. These are the few references which I included. And after discussion, now our lab, my research group, working on the different current and future working plans of our lab, which we conduct in here. Actually, in the first project which is running in my lab, that's designing a real-time application for livestock insurance using deep learning. And alhamdulillah, 90% we implement this system. And when we test this system on real-time scenario, we achieve the 95% accuracy. And in this project, alhamdulillah, we successfully signed the MOU with Al Khalifa University, UAE. And the second running project, building intelligence system for share bidding in the stock exchange empowered with MLDL, and 50% of this project is simulation is done. And we negotiate with the Al Khalifa University as well as 2 more universities from the Malaysia. They show the interest in this project. And I hope so within a month, inshallah, we will sign an MOU. And other running projects are intelligent diagnosis system, intelligent traffic congestion management system, hardware solution for the 5G networks or beyond 5G networks. And one of the yield production, which is we developed a system for the Korean ministry. They gave us a funding for this project for yield production system using LSTM and CNN for this country. Thanks. Any question?
So thank you so much for sharing your valuable knowledge. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Wasaki Funasame. She is head of Department of Computer and Communication Technology at Uttar, Malaysia. She completed her PhD in Information Technology from University Technology Petronas, Malaysia. Her research interest on network security, wireless security, advanced computer networking, expert systems, and distributed systems. Please welcome, sir.
All right, a very good evening. So I'm Dr. Wasaki. I'm from Malaysia actually. So I guess it's 4 something here, and it is 7:30 over here. So we are, we are ahead of 3 hours from Pakistan. Thank you very much to LGU. I have been there, I think about 2 years ago. I've given a keynote speech as well. Well, this is my university, University Tunku Abdul Rahman. Just to share with you, like I think we also have some Pakistani colleagues, and also I think I just recently I received a PhD student from LGU. So thank you very much to LGU, and this is our beautiful country, Malaysia. I hope you can see my slides, right? So, and then we are actually a multinational country.
Excuse me, madam, your mic is muted.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can someone
Yes,
just?
yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, madam, you are audible.
Okay. All right. So very sorry for that. Okay, I probably have to repeat whatever I mentioned. So I'm actually Dr. Wasaki from University Tunku Abdul Rahman, Malaysia. So I did all my studies in Malaysia. This is my university, which you can see on the right-hand side. It's known as University Tunku Abdul Rahman. And on the left-hand side is my country, Malaysia, and we consist of it's a multi-racial country in which we have various different combinations of races and religions. Unlike, I've seen in Pakistan, I think I mean, I don't see so much of multiracial. I mean, just to give you an overview and to share with you that we do have a lot of Pakistani colleagues and students, and also, I mean, just recently, I think early this year, I received a student, PhD student from LGU as well. So thank you very much to LGU. And I've been to LGU, if I'm not mistaken, about probably about 2 years ago, just before the COVID became a big issue. So I did give a keynote speech as well. All right, so I don't want to give a long lecture because I think it has been a very long day for y'all. So it's a closing ceremony. So let me just give a short talk on cybersecurity because I'm more into the cybersecurity field. So over here, I just want to touch about the importance of cybersecurity in the field of Internet of Things, right? So we will just touch why cybersecurity is very important in the Internet of Things. So basically, I just want to touch about Industry 4.0, the attacks related to IoT, what are the impacts on the industry, and what kind of security or what kind of research we should be embarking into in terms of cybersecurity in IoT, right? So why is this important? Because it is always better to, fight the enemy before the enemy actually performs an attack, right? So this is the art of war. So as we can see, this is the evolution of Industry 4.0, in which we can see that the first generation of Industry 1.0 was more of like a mechanical manufacturing. And then we moved to Industry 2.0, which was more of electric powered machines. And Industry 3.0 was more on IT automation. So this where 3.0 is where we already have IT. Okay, everything is IT automated. But the thing, what is the difference between 3.0 and 4.0? In 4.0, it's more of like a cyber physical system. So when we say cyber physical system, we are actually integrating IT to industrial automated systems, OT. So IT combining with machines, we let machines talk to IT, or we let the IT to automate, make decisions for the machines. So that's where the Industry 4.0 coming in. So the keyword in Industry 4.0 is cyber physical system, right? So one way we can see, I mean, this is another way you can see there's the first revolution is mechanical systems, followed by electrical system, Industry 2.0. 3.0 is already where IT already come in, and 4.0 is where we are using cyber physical systems, right? So when we are talking about cybersecurity, there are many different levels of threats when we talk in terms of cybersecurity. So attack profiles or attack the threat vectors can be categorized as a middle level, as a very strategic level, or at the operational level. So I'm not going to go through every details. So a simple example, like at the middle level, like we have a botnet or a distributed denial of service system, advanced persistent threat, malware. At the strategic level, it's more of like a cyber terrorism, anti-government cyber propaganda. At the operational level, it's more like we can see cyber stalking, sedition, cyberbullying, and so on. So this is how we can categorize cyber threats. Next, so in terms of security in IoT, these are the common attacks that we can see in IoT. Okay, for example, social engineering, a phishing attack. I mean, these are phishing and social engineering is the initial stage before the major attack happens. The very common attack are like denial of service attack, botnets, malware. So for example, ransomware is one type of malware. So these are very common attacks in IoT environment. So why do we have to talk about cybersecurity in IoT? Because IoT is going to be everywhere. These are all tiny devices that could be sitting in your cars. There could be hundreds over tiny IoT devices like sensors and actuators sitting in your cars. For example, your home, your microwave, your air condition, your TV, the lights, the auto gate, everything can be operated just by IoT devices. And especially at this moment now with the COVID situation and all, attacks in healthcare has become a very, very severe topic, or a critical area. The reason is because when we are talking about IoT in a medical environment, okay, the thing is IoT. It's a new term, new definition, but the traditional medical devices like X-ray systems, CT scanners, medical refrigerators, and so on, these devices are still on a traditional platform, which means they are not really upgraded to actually, or they are not ready to actually act against the cyber attacks that's coming in at the moment. So we should pay a lot of attention in terms of IoT in healthcare, or I put it the other way, we should focus on cyber security in IoT in medical environment or in healthcare. So that's the reason why I picked this topic, okay, that we should focus on cybersecurity in IoT and further narrow down to healthcare or vehicle area networks and so on. So as I mentioned just now, we are actually looking at Industry 4.0, in which we are trying to link the physical system, like all those manufacturing, industrial control system, distributed control system in the factories. We are trying to link them up with the IT, which to become completely digital. So this is where the Industry 4.0 coming in. So one of the important component in Industry 4.0 is, is going to be IoT, Internet of Things, right? So this is another picture we can see at level 0, 1, and 2. We are talking more on OT, right? This OT, the physical devices in the factory environment, and we have the IoT sensors and actuators. Whereas on the top level 3 to 5, it's more on our IT, whereby we have all those customer relationship management system, enterprise resource planning system, and our cloud services, software as a service, platform as a service, infrastructure as a service. So there's going to be an integration between IT and OT. So that's where Industry 4.0 coming in. Now, talking about attackers, they can have many different profiles, or they have many different motives. There can be cyber criminals, there can be self-affiliated groups, they can be hacktivists, or they can be cyber terrorists, in which we have definitions here. Maybe I don't go through very detailed. Script kiddies, like teenagers or crackers, they just want to do it for fun and so on. Vulnerability brokers, normally these are grey hat hackers. They are not bad guys. They are in between the white hat hackers and the black hat hackers. Then we have the hacktivists, more on like political motives. Cyber criminals, these are basically hired by or self-employed. Basically, they want to perform a large cyber crime. State-sponsored, usually sponsored by government. We want to steal some government secrets, some intelligence secrets, So those are state-sponsored type of hackers. So hackers can be different categories, right? So in terms of attacks, there can be two types of attacks, passive attack and an active attack. Passive is whereby the attacker is sitting quietly without us noticing, or without even tapping into our network. Maybe they can, listen to the traffic through the electromagnetic waves, acoustic sound waves, and so on. Or active attacks are normally they tap into our network, or they use some kind of sniffers like a Wireshark, listening to our traffic. So it's more like they are eavesdropping into our network, right? So why this is important? Because almost every week, we are actually coming with a 0-day vulnerability. So when we talk about 0-day, it is a term in which the attack is already there, but there is no mitigation or there is no countermeasure. So for example, the virus is already there, but we haven't found the vaccine. So that's what we talk about zero-day vulnerability. So especially in IoT environment, there are a lot of zero-day vulnerabilities coming almost every week. So we'll just look at some of the very common ones. For example, a malware. So malware can be any of these, can be a virus, worm, Trojan, a ransomware, can be a backdoor. I'm remotely logging into your system, a rootkit, an adware, or a spyware. So these are all malware that can attack our IoT systems. So one example is ransomware, where your files, your entire file or your disk or your system being encrypted. And how can we recover all our files that's been encrypted? Only by paying ransom. So you pay ransom in terms of Bitcoins, only then they would actually decrypt the file, or you could actually recover the file. So examples, these are common, very popular, TeslaCrypt and WannaCry. And there are like Telerat, Rarok, Handbox. These are common ransomware attacks. This is going to be the trend of malware that's going to attack our IoT systems. Imagine all those files inside our IoT is being encrypted. So the next example, those who are working in a wireless sensor network, probably you can relate this or you can understand this, whereby these are all IoT devices, sensors reading, temperature reading, but there is a bad guy sitting and injecting a false data. So when we actually get the average 60 something plus 1000 something, it is way back different from the actual sensor data. So this guy is injecting a false data into the IoT network. Then we have an impersonation attack. So this guy is coming in like a legitimate person, trying to be one of the legitimate node, but actually is an attacker. So in which he could be actually listening to the network traffic. So that's impersonation. Then we have a denial of service. Denial of service means something like I shut down. Okay, I shut down all these machines. All these IoT devices cannot operate. Maybe, there could be many ways how denial of service can be done. We are sending a huge bandwidth. We are exhausting the battery power of the nodes. So in which the devices cannot perform as intended to. Okay, so we call it denial of service. So like, for example, everybody attacked one single victim. So one example of a denial of service attack in the IoT environment, in which 1 terabits per second DDoS attack launched on 152,000 smart devices, IoT devices. So this is actually known as the Mirai attack. Mirai attack is whereby we actually use botnets. So I make everybody as zombies, and all these bots or zombies will start attacking the IoT devices. So this is where the Mirai attack looks like, a DOS attack on IoT devices. Okay, then we have like power exhaustion. Simply exhaust the power of these sensor nodes or IoT nodes. We have a sinkhole. Sinkhole in the sense that when a routing takes place, for example, a multi-hop routing, the data is routed by hopping from one node to another node. But what happened was an attacker actually create a hole in the network that, maybe due to a denial of service attack or a power exhaustion attack. So there is a hole in the network and the routing cannot take place as intended. So that's a sinkhole attack. Replication or clone, they can be, they can be replicating as like a legitimate sensor nodes or IoT nodes, and they are actually creating a false network or false routing whereby they can eavesdrop the network data and so on. Okay, so how do we countermeasure all this? So one of the research trends that we can look at in IoT is by using cryptography, in which we are talking about encryption like DES and AES. I mean, of course, these are not applicable to IoT, But this is like, for example, DES uses 56-bit keys with a 64-bit plain text block ciphers, whereas AES uses about 256-bit keys on 128 bits of blocks and so on. So these are complicated encryption algorithms. So for example, our Wi-Fi, WPA2 uses AES encryption. But when we talk about IoT, maybe if you want to do some research, because my intention is just to open up some research topics. So if you want to do some research in terms of IoT security, so what we have to look at is IoT devices are very low computational power, very small, they consist of very small memory size, very low power consumption devices. They are too tiny with limited power, limited processing capability, limited memory, limited power. So in that sense, we cannot really use all these very sophisticated or power intensive, memory intensive, processing intensive DES and AES encryption. So in which we need to look for lightweight cryptography. Lightweight, when we say lightweight cryptography, it is just like 80 bits, just 80-bit keys can be used, whereas in AES, 256-bit keys are being used. So examples of lightweight cryptography given here, these are all examples of lightweight cryptography. Why do we need to encrypt? Because when a sensor node is sending data to a base station, there could be some eavesdroppers. As I mentioned just now, the eavesdroppers can be due to many reasons, can be like a cloning nodes, can be an impersonation attack node sitting like a legitimate sensor nodes. So they could be actually stealing the data that is being sent. So in that case, all the data that is sent to a base station should be encrypted because we are using Wi-Fi, or we could be using any communication like Zigbee, any other communication medium. So whereby an intruder can use like a side channel attack or something. So what we need to do is we need to actually look at encryption. So we can look at lightweight encryption in IoT, for example, like Present, Simon, SPEC, and so on, in which we can compare them, compare the lightweight cipher as compared with AES. So in lightweight, we are just using 64-bit blocks, whereas in AES is about 128 bits. The key size is very small, only 80 bits, whereas in a very sophisticated encryption, the key size can go up to 256 bits. So this is where lightweight cryptography comes in. And as another area in our vehicle, in our cars, there are a lot of devices, automated devices or IoT devices, which could be talking to each other, and the data must be protected. All the data must be protected. So we need to look at lightweight cryptography for our vehicles. So you can actually look into this kind of areas, comparison between AES and lightweight, or how you can improve the existing lightweight encryption algorithms. These are lightweight encryption algorithms. Can look at all these areas for improvement. Okay, so to conclude, in terms of cybersecurity, we can have security control at the administrative level, at the physical level, at the technical. So like, for example, firewall, encryption, all those comes under the technical. When we put in a security guard, a dog, an alarm, this is the physical level. When you're listening to my talk now, it's more like a training or an awareness talk. So those are at the administrative level. So with that, I would like to conclude my talk. Just open to any questions. Otherwise, I can just stop the presentation. Thank you very much. Any questions? All right, if no questions, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your valuable insights. Thank you very much. Next speaker, I would like to invite Dr. Naveed Afzal. Dr. Afzal is currently a lead data scientist at Humana Health, Wellness and Fitness public company in Boston, USA. He holds a PhD degree in natural language processing from University of Wolverhampton, United Kingdom. He is the author of a book along with over 40 academic publications and has multiple years of experience in academia research as well as the healthcare industry in the field of artificial intelligence, data science, and data analytics.
Thank you for the opportunity. I hope you can hear me and see me. So I am Naveed. Can you guys hear me well?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, thank you. So I am a lead data scientist at Humana. So just to give you a brief background about Humana, it's a public company related to.
Excuse me, sir.
Sure.
Can you please set a webcam?
Say it again. Is it okay now?
Yes, sir. Okay.
Okay, so it's a public company about, it is ranked 41st on the Fortune 500 list, and last year annual revenue of about $75 billion US. And so today this talk, we are going to talk about a brief overview of healthcare in USA, introduction about natural language processing, and at the end we will talk about a real use case, clinical use case where a system being built is used in real time. So just to give a brief introduction about the current situation of healthcare per capita income, United States spend the most amount of money as compared to all the developed countries. And if you look at the comparable coverage, you see there's a big gap between the United States expenditure as compared to others. So if we look in more detail in terms of trillions of dollars, there are a lot of scope as a data science or artificial intelligence professional to come in and automate, semi-automate, build predictive models to reduce the cost, reduce the human errors, improve the quality of life, and also at the same time, bring down the cost associated with this whole healthcare expenditure. So as a data science and healthcare professional, there is a lot of scope to come in, make a strong impact, and build use cases where that can improve the quality of life and at the same time reduce the cost. So that is about where it led to electronic health records. The research done by Institute of Medicine in 1999 led that almost 98,000 people die each year from medical errors. Most of them are avoidables. These are all also one of the reasons about high cost, and that led to initiative which we call quality of care. And that taking the finding here and the many other research work, President Obama in early 2000 introduced the Healthcare Meaningful Act, which was related to meaningful use of EHR. So which improve the quality of patient care. There are multiple stages in it. Some of them are already being implemented, but some of them, there is still a lot of challenges exist. And one reason for those challenges are, one, data is constantly evolving, the sources of data is constantly evolving, and also there are still issues to information exchange between the same organization or across the healthcare activities and also healthcare organizations. And one of the reasons is the explosion of unstructured data. If you look at it right now, we are using social media a lot. On top of that, we have smart watches, which are constantly producing signals. And if you talk about healthcare perspective, there are a lot of devices about patient bedside, which are constantly producing data about the patient. So the most of that data is unstructured. And there is a growing need to capture that unstructured data, to stream that data in, use it downstream for various predictive task to extract the meaningful information from the data and improve the life of the patient, especially from the healthcare perspective. What mean by structured and unstructured? If you look at the left side, if the data is well organized, which is organized in tabular format, that's a structured data. And if you look at the narrative text on the right side, that is unstructured data. And most of the information currently we are producing using various platforms such as social media, most of them is unstructured data. So then now we come to the natural language processing and what role it can play. So health industry basically needs a technology advancement to maintain value-based care for every patient. If you are from some medical background or if you are aware of that, you use the term precision medicine. So that is where basically value-based care for every patient. NLP can help in transforming raw data into meaningful insights to improve healthcare outcome. And NLP, what is NLP? We will talk about later on in a few slides, but it's basically a process to identify meaningful information and extract that meaningful information, and then between various named entities, extract the relation between them. Why it's difficult? Because natural language, from when I say natural language, that's a spoken language. It can be Urdu, English, French. So it's irregular and ambiguous. So what it means by irregular and ambiguous, we will look at down the slides. So, and when you have to understand the natural language, you have to understand morphologically, structure of words, syntactically, structure of sentences, semantically, meaningful of words and sentences, discourse, pragmatic. And as we go down the line, each stage become more and more complex and each stage is depending upon on the top of it. For example, syntactic is depending upon morphological, semantic is dependent upon syntactic. So each stage brings its own challenges and own errors downstream. When we say morphological or lexical ambiguity, what it means? For example, if we take the word discharge, now if you see these two sentences, discharge has totally different meanings based on upon the context. That's a lexical ambiguity. Then when we say semantic ambiguity, the rabbit is ready for lunch. Now, semantically, is it mean this or is it mean this? So what vital is context. Even for human being to understand, we need to have a context, some sentences before that, some after that. So context is very vital for natural language understanding, natural language processing. And that is one of the reasons since 2018, when the transformer architecture came and we have various language models came into being, like such as BERT and Universal Sentence Encoder in 2018, that has totally revolutionized the whole area of natural language processing, because it has enabled multiple systems to be trained parallelly and improve the quality of information that is being extracted. So any questions so far before I move to the use case? Okay, so in next part, we will talk about natural language processing and opportunity to realize the vision of EHR. This is the work done at Mayo Clinic between 2015 to 2018. And Mayo Clinic in USA is constantly ranked as #1 hospital in nation and also the worldwide. And a lot of research came in the medical area comes out from the Mayo Clinic work. So the use case we are going to talk about is a specific cardiovascular disease, which is called peripheral arterial disease, or PAD. It affects, this is 2016 figures. So it affects 8.5 million people in US and 200 million people worldwide. It's related to high morbidity, but often underdiagnosed and undertreated. One of the reasons is that there is no ICD-9 or ICD-10 code. When I say ICD-9, that is International Classification of Disease, which assign different codes, and 9 and 10s are different revisions which come out. Like, for example, currently there is an ICD-11 version which is worked on. So, and just to give you an idea that the 4.37 billion spent on PAD related treatment, 88% of expenditure for inpatient care. So why the problem is that it is being diagnosed by calculating ABI test, where you put different kind of measure the walking distance, and you basically put the patient on a treadmill, ask him to take, you put different measures of blood flow among his legs at different spots. You ask him to walk, and then if he can, then you ask him to run. But the problem is that most of the time, this is not stored as a part of EHR. That is being stored as separately as PDF files, and most of the health electronic record systems don't have access to that. So the idea was there is no automated process for identification of PAD patient from clinical notes, and this is purely based on clinical diagnosis. And one of the reasons is that physicians are overburdened here. They don't have the time to look and read all the patient history before at that time when they are seeing the patient. So idea was that use NLP to extract that information from narrative clinical notes and facilitate the physician in decision-making process, and also surveillance and timely identification of that disease. So objective, develop and validate an NLP algorithm to ascertain PAD cases from narrative clinical notes in electronic health records. So, and this, if you look at the right side, that is the NLP algorithm that was built. And if we, what is simple model and full model? So at Mayo Clinic previously also, they built a simple model where they take out a 8 combination of ICD-8 9 codes to say that this patient has PAD if those 8 codes or combination of those codes are present. Full model was they bring CPT code also. CPT means current procedural terminology, which are assigned codes for different procedures. Like for example, if you have a bypass, that's a procedure. So there's a specific code for that. If you have a angioplasty, that's a procedure. There's a code for that. And then we have ABI as a gold standard, which we don't have access to because that was separately stored. So that was used to validate. So this is the whole, and this research was published in a very well-known journal of vascular surgery in 2017. So the idea was that if we can detect, tokenize, concept, identify, assertion. So just to give you how it works. So this is a kind of a demonstrative purposes. If you see here on the left side, bottom left part, you see that this is being identified arterial occlusive disease. This is, we have different sets of disease categories. So it's a first diagnostic occlusion based on context. It is mentioned positively. It is experiencer is patient. It is talking about patient, not somebody else. And the in the right pan text is basically a part of a clinical note. So we find that this disease, this is a disease which is mentioned in the clinical note, and then we look for the location, because location is important also in identification of PAD. So then we found this location, lower extremity, and we find that this is one of our location we are looking for in relation to that specific disease, and that is also mentioned positively. Context and negation is also considered. So we identify those one, and then we later on identify the patient if it's being coming from certain patient notes. And it's not coming from the patient history. It's a current issue mentioned. So this is the cohort of patients. We have about roughly 15 to 1600 patients. About almost a similar kind of ratio was cases and control. From cases, I mean the patient who has that disease, and control the patient who does not have that disease. We split them in training and testing data set. The system was trained using training data set, and that was validated by testing data set. And then it was compared in terms of statistical significance with the full model and simple model. And we clearly see from these results that NLP system was outperforming the current systems at that time, and that was validated. That after that validation, this is the training and testing accuracy in terms of different model comparison. After this one, that become a National Institute of Health here. It become a part of that bigger consortium. That algorithm was done later on being validated by various other EHR systems. It was validated by Columbia University Medical Center and then Vanderbilt University of Medical Center. And after that, it was put into production. But let me just summarize it. So it's a knowledge-driven NLP algorithm to ascertain PAD cases from clinical notes, had higher accuracy compared to billing code algorithm. Billing codes are, which are called ICD-9, are sometimes also called billing code because these are used for reimbursement from the various health insurance companies and also by the various government organizations. It supports big data clinical studies with potential for translation to patient care. And then once it was validated and everything, then it was further streamlined with the help of software engineers, and then it was put into real time into production. So as soon as the patient is seen by the physician dictate that clinical notes that is being entered in the system, the current NLP system run on top of it, real time. And if the patient is showing the symptoms, it sends an alert back to the physician that this patient is showing the symptoms. Can you please order that lab test, which is ABI? Because if that test is ordered earlier, it can improve the quality of life, because most of the patients either die from this disease or they end up in amputation of any of their limbs. So the idea here was that if we can capture earlier, we can improve the quality of life. The quality of care can be taken earlier and it improves the patient quality of life. And this is only one part of the study. Then we also look at how we can surveillance purposes, how we can use that algorithm. Then we also use for hospitalization. Then also it was used for mortality risk calculators, and all the top below, all the publications which are published in various well-known clinical journals, and the bottom two are the conference papers which were presented in American Medical Informatics Association, their conferences, and IEEE conferences. So, but I will end with the wisdom is not the product of very famous quote from Albert Einstein. The idea here is I am not aware of the current situation in Pakistan in terms of clinical, how where we are in terms of adoption of EHR and meaningful use of EHR, but we can learn lesson from the other people, especially the US healthcare, what the mistakes they have made and how we can avoid those mistakes and take that advanced level technologies and bring it to our electronic health, our health system, and we can improve the quality of life. We can automate those processes and reduce the human errors, and also help in terms of population health perspective also, because there's a huge scope where you can use that electronic health records data to make population level estimates, how the allocation of various resources should be made in terms of clinical and healthcare settings. And yeah, thank you very much. And if you have any question, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your novel work. On behalf of management, I thank every chief guest, dignitary, and faculty member of providing his gracious presence to join us today in this conference. Thank you to all the coordinators without whom this conference would not have been possible to arrange. Now I would like to call Dean of Computer Sciences Department in Lahore Garrison University.
आप Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I hope I'm audible. We are living in a quantum age. Just a minute, sorry. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So we are living in a quantum age, 8 billion people and different 8 billion realities. Whatever we'll focus on, it will grow. We choose to focus on the new opportunities created by COVID age, which is the age of e-commerce, AI, robotics, big data analytics, cybersecurity, deep learning, and image processing. I'm truly grateful to Honorable Chief Guest Fawad Ahmed Chaudhary for honoring us. Gratitude to Vice Chancellor Lahore Garrison University, Major General Retired Hilal Imtiaz Military Shehzad Sikandar, Registrar Brigadier Raheel Ashraf Starai Imtiaz Military Retired, all other deans, directors, HODs, the faculty who joined us. I pay my gratitude to all the guest speakers for contributing in this conference. Yasir Rewan and Tariq Malik Sahab. Yasir Rewan, Director Mindstorm, and Tariq Malik, CTO Safe City. Very informative sessions. We'll get back and try to learn from your professional experience. Dr. Khalid and your team, you have worked really hard. This was your first conference. So my congratulations to you all. Dr. Irfan Nagra, thanks for supporting them and all others who have supported SC department for this conference to make it a success, to make it possible. Thank you very much, dear all. Thank you.